Allocated seats are allocated for the advisory body members, former presidents and secretaries of Odisha Chemical Society, the research associates of Professor Raut, guests from the institutions in which Professor Raut served, the family members of Professor Raut, members of the syndicate, members of the Revenue University Development Trust, university officials, registrar, deans, PG Council chairperson, donors and sponsors, persons who served Professor Raut when he was in office, students. We'll start the inaugural meeting sharp at 10:30 a.m. Please remember that the proceedings of the meeting will be aired live. Hence, we request you to keep your mobile phone switched off or on silence mode. I welcome you once again to the Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut Birth Centenary Celebration. I have the privilege of inviting distinguished dignitaries and the guests onto the dais. Professor Prabhat Kumar Mishra, the Chairman of Mkrcc. Professor Sanjay Kumar Naik, the patron of this centenary celebration. Professor Rupashri Ragini Das, President of Odisha Chemical Society. Padma Shri Professor Swaminathan Sivaram, Chief Guest. Padma Shri Professor Ganapati Yadav, Chief Speaker, Guest of Honor. Professor Gopabandhu Behra, Head of the Department of Chemistry, Ravenshaw University, Dr. Sabita Naik, and Professor Sasadhar Samal, the Secretary of Mkrcc. Kindly come on to the dais. Bouquet. I request our volunteers to kindly greet our guests with badges and flower bouquets. Our guests will please light the inaugural lamp while we offer our prayers to the Lord.
नीलाचल निवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। जगदानन्दकन्दाय प्रणतार्थहराय च नीलाचल निवासाय जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। नीलाचल निवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। जगदानन्दकन्दाय प्रणतार्थहराय च नीलाचल निवासाय जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। नीलाचल निवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। जगदानन्दकन्दाय प्रणतार्थहराय च नीलाचलनिवासाय जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। नीलाचलनिवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। जगदानन्दकन्दाय प्रणतार्थहराय च नीलाचलनिवासाय जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। नीलाचलनिवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः।
Thank you. Please rise in honor of the state anthem.
वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी 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 शुभ्रकटिनि कुलसिकर समीर जननी 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 कर कर मुखरित चारु विहंगे जननी 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 सिगरौट जपवीत जननी 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 पुण्यतीर्थ चय पूर्ण प्रदेश जननी 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 विश्वभुमण्डल कृतवर स्नेह जननी 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 धन्ये पुण्ये चिर शरण्ये जननी 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 वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी वन्दे उत्कल जननी।
Thank you. May I now request the President of the Odisha Chemical Society, Professor Rupashree Ragini Das, to kindly preside over the meeting. However, before we start the formal proceedings, let us mark our homage to the dear departed souls. Since the inception of the Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut birth centenary celebration, 4 of the distinguished members of the advisory body, Dr. Prafulla Kumar Jena, Sri Trilochan Kanango, Sri Jayanta Mahapatra, Sri Sarat Chandra Mishra IPS, and some members of the chemistry fraternity have passed away. All are kindly requested to stand in silence for a minute as a mark of respect to the departed souls. Thank you. The President of Odisha Chemical Society, Professor Rupashree Ragini Das, is requested to give the opening address.
Good morning to you all to this August gathering. Respected Vice Chancellor Professor Sanjay Kumar Naik, my revered Professor Prabhat Kumar Mishra, Chairman Mahendra Kumar Raut Centenary Celebration Committee, Professor Sabita Naik, Secretary of Mkrcc, Professor Samal, Professor Jadab, our chief guest, Professor Sibram Swaminathan, our chief speaker. I welcome you all to this gathering, and also I welcome the students of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut and the other dignitaries, my students and my colleagues and friends. Today is a memorable day for all of us. On this day, 100 years ago, was born Professor Dr. M.K. Raut, a legendary figure and a person of manifold facets. During his short span of life of 66 years only, he strode like Colossus as an exceptionally brilliant researcher, educationist, administrator, and reformer par excellence. He was a recipient of numerous enviable awards and accolades in his home country and from abroad. On this occasion of celebration of his bicentenary, it would be apposite to mention some of his laurels. Dr. Raut is the first awarded first DSc degree in the Faculty of Science from Utkal University. His research work was highly commended by not less than a Nobel laureate, Sir Alexander Todd of Cambridge University. Interestingly, Sir Todd recommended to award the degree without any oral examination. During the years 1944 to 1955, when he got his PhD, those degrees of Indian universities and foreign universities were not being treated at par. He demonstrated with the government for such disparity, and the latter was convinced to issue orders for maintaining parity. In 1956, he was selected by UGC as one of the 6 professors and readers for advanced studies tour in USA. He was the first few persons of India to have used NMR spectra and radioactive labeling technique for structural determination. I'm invisible, I'm sorry. So, and as an educational and visionary public servant, he worked with the distinction as professor and head of chemistry department of Prebenza College, and later on its principal of GM College, principal of Khalikot College, DPI Higher Education, Vice Chancellor of Utkal University, Chairman of Odisha State Pollution Control Board. His areas of research were wide, with emphasis on polymer and environment, and he also did some research on dye. The dyes were infrared sensitive, and after that dye was invented, the underwater photography was possible. This was later taken by Eastman Kodak Company, and for the characterization of the dye, our Professor Prabhat Mishra have also worked in the characterization process. He has guided 44 PhD scholars during his lifetime, which is a record of sorts. The Odisha State Pollution Control Board has instituted Dr. M.K. Raut Pollution Control Excellence Award 2023 in his honor. This Odisha Chemical Society, which today is celebrating his birth centenary, was founded by Dr. Raut, and he himself was its president in 1986, 88, and 89. It would be a travesty to enumerate the great works done by Dr. Raut in the field of science and public welfare. Such noble souls seldom descend into our humanity to propel us to aim high and achieve it. Let me end my speech with one of his inspiring advice. Spell out your goal and work towards it consistently with devotion. Convert your proficiency into efficiency and calamities into opportunities. With this, I end my talk. Thank you all. And let's remember the great soul who has inspired us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. You have succinctly recounted the contributions of Professor M.K. Raut to pedagogy and research in the field of chemistry, as well as the high caliber of his administrative capabilities. Thank you. I now request Professor Sasudhar Samal, Secretary Mkrcc, to kindly introduce the guests.
Good morning, distinguished dignitaries on the dais and the learned audience. I deem it a great privilege for being entrusted with the introduction of the dignitaries on the dais on this momentous occasion. I am fortunate to be a part of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut Birth Centenary Celebration Committee. In the last 4 years we have worked. For being the Secretary of Mkrcc, I came across many magnetic personalities who harbor the memories of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut in their heart with a rare display of allegiance, love, and respect to the legend of our times. On behalf of the Centenary Celebration Committee, the Odisha Chemical Society, and the Department of Chemistry, Ravensa University, I convey my sincere gratitude to you all for the support, help, and guidance we received that culminated in we assembling here to celebrate the birth centenary of the legend. Now I'll be introducing briefly the dignitaries on the dais. First, I will be introducing Professor Swaminathan Sibram. Padma Shri Swaminathan Sibram, our chief guest, is a professor emeritus at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, IISER, Pune. Professor Sibram is a polymer chemist by profession and a former director of the CSR National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. He is a Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Fellow of CSIR and J.C. Bose Fellow of the Department of Science and Technology. From 1973 to 1988, Professor Sibram was associated with the Indian Petrochemicals Corporation Limited and helped build the first petrochemicals and polymer industry R&D center at Badadura, India. He moved to CSR NCL in 1989 as the head of the Polymer Science and Engineering Division. Professor Sibram is a highly decorated scientist for his contributions to science and technology as well as to the institutions in India. He was conferred the coveted civilian honor Padma Shri by the President of India in 2006. He is a recipient of the Gold Medal of the Chemical Research Society of India for his lifetime achievements in chemistry, 2019, and the International Award for Distinguished Contributions to Polymer Science, awarded by the Society of Polymer Science, Japan. The Institute of Polymer Science, University of Akron, honored him with H.A. Morton Distinguished Professorship in 2006. Purdue University conferred on him a degree of Doctor of Science in 2010 in recognition of his exceptional merit and attainment. IIT Kanpur bestowed on him the Distinguished Alumnus Award in 1998. He is an elected fellow of all the learned academics of science and engineering in India, as well as the World Academy of Sciences, Italy. He earned a PhD in chemistry, mentored by a Nobel laureate, Professor H.C. Brown. From Purdue University, USA, he was a research associate at the Institute of Polymer Science, Akron, University of Akron, Ohio. And he worked with renowned Professor J.P. Kennedy. With these words, let us give a warm welcome to Professor Shivram. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce the audience our Chief Speaker, Padma Shri Ganapati D. Jadhav. Padma Shri Ganapati D. Jadhav, Chief Speaker in National Science Chair. He is our Chief Speaker. He is a National Science Chair, ACRB DST Government of India. He is Emeritus Professor of Eminence. He is a highly decorated scientist, guide, and a teacher. Former J.C. Bose National Fellow Government of India, former Vice Chancellor and R.T. Modi Distinguished Professor and Tata Chemicals, Darbari Seth Distinguished Professor of Innovation and Leadership. He got the Padma Shri Award in 2016, Conjoint Professor, University of Newcastle, Australia, Adjunct Professor, University of Saskatchewan, Canada, former Adjunct Professor, RMIT, University of Melbourne, Australia, Founding Chair, ACS India International Chemical Science Chapter President, Maharashtra Academy of Sciences President, Indian Chemical Society, former President, Catalysis Society of India, former President, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering Council member, Indian National Science Academy, elected to US National Academy of Engineers in 2022. He has 505 peer-reviewed papers, 115 granted patents, 850 plus lectures, seminars, and orations, over 225 honors, accolades, distinctions, fellowships, editorships, guided 107 PhD students, 135 masters and 47 postdocs as a single supervisor. Is a very high H index 64 and I-10 index of 317 with 15,500 citations. 2 honorary doctorates, NIT Agartala, DYPU Kolhapur, independent director, 5 public limited companies, and consultant to industries for past 40 years, Metaforce ICT Mumbai as VC for 10.5 years. So his CV is very pretty long, and I have only taken few words. With this, let us welcome our Chief Speaker, Professor Yap. Now I will be introducing our very dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar Naik. He is the Vice Chancellor and patron of this Mahendra Kumar Raut Centenary Celebration Committee. He is the patron. Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar Naik is a former Director General of CPET, has 30 years of expertise in teaching, research, and technical consultancy. He holds dual PhD degree both in science and engineering, and also conferred with the DSc degree. But all of us know, he is an extremely dynamic, goal-oriented person. He deserves rich accolades for the Ravenshaw University getting NAC A++ grade. For him, let us welcome Professor Naik. It's now my honor to introduce my teacher and chairman of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut Centenary Celebration Committee, Professor Prabhat Kumar Mishra. He is a PhD in chemistry from Utkal University, working under Professor Raut, one of the very early PhD students of Professor Raut. He retired as a professor of chemistry as well as the principal of Ravenshaw College. He was awarded DSc honoris causa in Ravenshaw University. He was President, Board of Secondary Education, Odisha, President, Rotary Club of Cuttack, President, Odisha Cricket Association, Vice President, Board of Control for Cricket in India. He holds the rare distinction of both father and son being the principal of Ravenshaw College. Let's welcome Professor Mishra. My honored teacher, Professor Dr. Gopabandhu Behera, he He was the president of Odisha Chemical Society in 1999. He did his PhD with Professor Raut. He is also a very early scholar of Professor Raut. He is a DSc in chemistry. He is a Fulbright scholar, USA. Visited University of Florida, University of California. Former professor and head of the Department of Chemistry, Sambalpur University, Jyoti Bihar Burla. Let's welcome him. And of course, I'll be introducing the president of Odisha Chemical Society, Professor Posragini Das. Professor Das is a PhD in chemistry from Utkal University. Postdoctoral work she carried out in Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology, South Korea. She was a principal scientist at Samsung Advanced Institute of Technology, Suwon, South Korea. Retired from Ravenshaw College, presently an adjunct faculty in the Department of Chemistry, Odisha University of Technology Research, Bhubaneswar. She holds a rare record of having 135 US and world patents in materials used for display. Let us welcome President Odisha Chemical Society. And my esteemed head of the department of Ravenshaw University, Professor Naik, she is a very brilliant scholar, did PhD in IIT Kharagpur, NCL Pune, so maybe that way, sir, you know her, and she has been kind of, in a very short time, she took over as the head of the department. She started paperwork in a record time. We are very much related. The Mkrcc was strongly related to the department. What they do has a direct consequence of what we achieve, and she did a very marvelous job as the head of the department. I congratulate her and all the faculty members who helped Mkrcc in achieving this. So I am, of course, I am the secretary, and I was a faculty in Ravenshaw University. I went to South Korea, worked as a professor, invited professor in Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology. I was a research professor in Pohang University of Science and Technology, and then, of course, I returned back to Odisha and retired as a principal of Sasibhushan Nath Government Women's College, Berhampur. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
It's my privilege to request my respected teacher, Professor Prabhat Kumar Mishra, to carry ahead the rest of the proceedings.
I would submit that it will be a great pleasure first to listen to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Naik, and then I'll speak.
Good morning. Professor Prabhat Kumar Mishra, my teacher, Chairman Mkrcc, Professor Ganapati D. Yadav, my guru with whom I have worked for many, many years, Professor Swaminathan Sivaram, with whom again as a guru who has guided me in my entire tenure as a Director General CPET, Professor Gopabandhu Behera, retired Professor of Chemistry, Sambalpur, Professor Jyotirmay Das, ISCC, Kolkata, Professor Rupasri Rangani Das, President Odisha Chemical Society, Professor Sasudhar Samal, again my elder brother, Secretary Mkrcc, Dr. Savita Naik, my colleague, Director IMMT, Ramanuja Saab, eminent Vice Chancellors who are here, Madam Hejmadi Madam, my elder brother Dr. Tripathi, Soumya Sir, Sasada Amar Samantrai Sir, जिते जन मैंने समस्ते अच्छा समस्त को मो तरफ नमस्कार एवं रेभेन्सा टीम तरफ नमस्कार या भितर बहुत दिन बीती गलानी लॉट ऑफ मेनी डेज हैव पास्ड आई स्टिल रिकॉल व्हेन आई वाज इन द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया आई वाज थिंकिंग ऑफ कमिंग हियर और नॉट एंड आई वाज द प्रोबेबली द लास्ट पर्सन in the selection of Vice Chancellor, and the longest duration I did not join for a period of 3 months because of situations, whether I'll come or not, or department has to relieve as per the protocols. I used to got a call from Dr. Sasadhar Samal. Sanjay, तुम पढ़े आसो. Sanjay, तुम पढ़े आसो. Why this? Suddenly he has started calling me. Then he started pinning me कि महेंद्र राउतंकर 100 वर्षर पूरणटा जोड़ा हम तुम टेन्यूर रे हम मत से यहाँ कहले ही टोल्ड मी दैट डॉक्टर शशधर सामल कहले बारंबार द महेंद्र राउत टेन्यूर एज अ मैन ऑफ केमिस्ट्री एंड यू आर ए मैन ऑफ केमिस्ट्री इट विल बी ए फैंटास्टिक आइडिया टू हैव इट इन रेवेन्सा एंड वी मस्ट डू इट सो दैट ऑल्सो स्टार्टेड प्लेइंग इन माई माइंड कि व्हाट्स ही इज टेलिंग इज अ फैक्ट बिफोर आई से समथिंग अबाउट महेंद्र राउत I'll speak about 2 gentlemen who have not a single day during last 2.5 years has not telephoned me at least once in a day. कौन VC साहब यही voice टा कार बुझत हो VC साहब हब तो एटा प्रभात सार कर आसला फोन शशधर सार जमती कहती कौन हब केमिति हब सो ये 2 जन को प्रथम प्रणाम ये 2 जन मेट्रिकुलसली प्लान करिसंती फंक्शन टा करिया पई सर अपन 2 जन को प्रणाम बहुत कष्ट करिसंती बाकी समस्त करिसंती एवरीबॉडी हैज वर्कड बट दिस 2 पीपल एट दिस एज one is almost 90 the other man had lot of health issues and they have not left a single minute of a day to think how to make it a success so the credit goes to both of them and of course the entire team who have worked the Orissa Chemical Society Revensa and the students in particular. महेंद्र राउत सावित्री राउत ये 2टा ना सबुबले आमे पाठ पढ़ला बेलू मन पड़ता when I was a student of 78 and 80 76 Mahendra Raut was the principal and Savitri Raut was probably Sailabada College principal. This is how one is Sanskrit, another is chemistry. And when I got admitted, my uncle, who is a retired IAS officer, who is very close, he was also a student of Dr. Mkrcc Raut. He introduced me and he told, you are the local guardian. I thought when I joined here, Mahendra Raut, the same Mahendra Raut, we never see him as a principal. He is a man with white pant, white shirt, पछरे गोटे पियन थिबो ब्लैकबोर्ड डस्टर चखड़ी धरिकरी से कॉरिडोर रे से आसीबो a principal will come from that corridor and he will be taking our class in CLT. This is what the Mahendra Raut we know, and of course we are staying in the hostel, so we know what he does with the students, how he takes care of that. But I was not allowed to enter that road which was there where Mahendra Raut used to walk and which we have seen Mahendra Raut walking in the corridor. Those corridors were closed in many years in between. There is no entry, you have to go all the way outside. So the first thing probably I thought Mahendra Raut को आत्मा बोधे शांति मिलनो तो वैसे पटे जाऊ थले आस्तुले तांको रास्ता को बंद कर दिया हला जे कि केमिस्ट्री रे इठे पढ़िया पे आस्तुले आसी पार नथले बोले भांगो. So now you can go everybody to see the same sphere which Mahendra Raut had opened and he was walking along this is now completely open. So that was completely open and he used to walk and go. So that was one tribute which we gave to Dr. Mkrcc Raut because we decided कि नहीं Mahendra Raut जोने लोक से एठी बुलुचंती जेते बड़ आत्मा लोक विश्वास करती आत्मा स्वर्ग को जीवो ये को जीवो but he is somewhere here. So we with lot of difficulties, lot of protests, lot of students issues and it happened that way. And thank God government approved another campus so lot of students went in. probably this year, which Mahendra Raut Kara centenary year, another tribute was given to Mahendra Raut was to ensure that this institute which he had built with a lot of pain, lot of effort, it had its name. Nobody can take away Revensa name. But today's scenario, your name comes in terms of your marks, in terms of your performance, in terms of your grade. And with his blessings and the effort of the particularly students and of course faculty, the Revensa became the first A++ university, number 1 in Eastern India. Number 1 in Eastern India and top 4% in the entire country. So it's a huge tribute to our teacher, Dr. M.K. Raut. Jitole M.K. Raut lecturer he ki join kale, when he joined as a lecturer in Revensa after chemistry, there were 2 people, probably, I don't know, because I was even not born when he went abroad and all those things. One is the greatest scientist Odisha has ever produced as the principal, Pranakushna Parija, is the principal. And the HOD is Dr. Balabhadra Prasad. Jo na sunile, the people think. I think these 2 people, when he sees as a lecturer, as a young lecturer in chemistry, must have influenced him to focus on research. This is my way of analyzing, which I do not know exactly. And that 2 people are maybe responsible to make him the greatest scientist in this state has ever produced. He not only became a scientist, not only became a researcher, he ensured more and more students do PhD program, research programs. The time when we were in the chemistry corridor, at least 100+ PhD students were there. Today, as per UGC guidelines, you have 4 assistant professor can take, 6 associate professor can take, 8 professor can take. And that time there was no restriction. Everybody were taking 12, 13, 14. Today, even if it is 4, assistant professor will hesitate to take more than 1. Associate professor will not take more than 2. Even they don't complete the quota. So my request to these young researchers, remember, if you really respect Dr. M.K. Raut, at least produce PhD from Revensa University, because it has a brand. If you see the chemist of Revensa, whenever I talk to Professor Shivram, oh, Revensa VC you have become, I'll definitely come. First he telephoned me. That is the image you have, and it is none other than Balabhadra Prasad and Mahendra Kumar Raut. So his mind was very clear that you do research. He was an administrator, you name the post, what he has not hold. He became DPI, he became Vice Chancellor, he became Pollution Control Board Chairman. He has done many things. I don't want to talk in details, but I am thankful to the Odisha Chemical Society and Prabhat sir and the entire team to allow us to have this occasion of giving our respect, tribute to this एत बड़ा महान लोक को आम ट्रिब्यूट देवाई आमको सुजोग मिलला मो समस्त को धन्यवाद एवं मु समस्त को कहबी ये जो 3 दिन एठी रहिबे 3 days you are going to stay here, enjoy your time, move around the campus, analyze why this university got A++, what was the things which we have done, what are the improvement we should do, and this is your university, this is your campus, this is your college, and all those things we will take as a feedback from you. In besides this seminar feedback, I am sure the seminar gote feedback form करिथिबे हमर पुण्येंदु सर सेतरे गोटे कलम रखिबे रेवेन्सा रा कोन कले वी कैन डेवलप मोर. बहुत लोक बहुत कथा कहिबे हमकु जादव सर पळेबे तण से तांको कथा सुनिबा. गोटे बही सौम्य प्रकाश राउत करिचंती मु तांको कहिबे से बहीटा को एमेंड करंतु बहुत जिनस लिखिचंती समस्त को सुविधा हेले बहीटा पढ़िबे. बहुत विषय सार को विषय लिखाई सार को घर को मु बराबर जाऊली दिल्ली रे रहिला परे भी जाऊली एवं सार को गोटे प्रेरणा. ही इज ए इंस्पिरेशन, ही इज ए मोटिवेशन. केते जे गरीब पिला को हेल्प करिसंती तार कळना नाही. हॉस्टल भीतर को पसी जिवे जेतोळे आमे राती रे when we used to sit in the library, see chemical abstract, se positive rati 12 bale, kon dekhuchu. Journal of JSA, Journal of Chemical Science, first article am dekhu, are, amo principal ankara achi ki nahi. So these were the inspiration. So ajikali se jinsa nahi, even amo pakhre bhi nahi, but this young blood who are there, if they can revive, that will be the biggest tribute to him. Thank you so much.
May I now request the head of the department, Reverend Shaw, to give her address.
Dr. Sabita Naik, head of the chemistry department, will please deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to all the dignitaries on and off the dais. On behalf of the Department of Chemistry, Rebensai University, I extend a warm welcome to the birth centenary celebration of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, the legendary teacher who laid the foundation stone of modern teaching and research in the state. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to Professor Sanjay Kumar Naik, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rebensai University, Professor Rupasri Ragini Das, President, Orissa Chemical Society, Professor Prabhat Kumar Misra, Chairman, Mahendra Kumar Raut Centenary Celebration Committee, Professor Swaminathan Sibram, Chief Guest, Honorary Professor Emeritus and INSA Emeritus Scientist, ISAR Pune, Professor Ganapati D. Yadav, Chief Speaker, National Science Chair, Science and Engineering Research Board, Government of India, Emeritus Professor of Eminence, former Vice Chancellor, Institute of Technology, Mumbai, Professor Gopabandhu Behera, retired Professor of Chemistry, Sambalpur University, and one of the early PhD scholar of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, Professor Sasadhar Samal, Secretary, Mkrcc Committee. I extend a hearty welcome to all the advisory body members, former presidents and secretaries of the OCS, the research associates and PhD scholars of Professor Raut, the member of the editorial board of Mahendrayana, the family members of Professor Raut, the persons and those who served Professor Raut, the sponsors, the Mkrcc committee members, invited guests, member of the Faculty Department of Chemistry, Rebensai University, and persons from the print and electronic media, delegates and students. We are celebrating the birth centenary celebration of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut today. This historic celebration is followed by the 37th annual conference of the Orissa Chemical Society and a national conference on molecules to materials on the 5th and 6th January of 2024, that means tomorrow and day after. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to these annual OCS events as well. We at the Department of Chemistry at Rebensai University are striving very hard to uphold the culture, heritage, tradition and legacy of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Sanjay Kumar Naik, Vice Chancellor Rebensai University, for guiding us and my colleagues to make this 3-day events a grand success. Joining us in honoring Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, who touched countless hearts and inspired generations with his unforgettable and phenomenal contributions in research, teaching, and administration. Wish you all a warm welcome to this centenary celebration as well as the ensuing OCS event. I am sure you will have a comfortable stay at this beautiful campus of Ravenshaw University. Let us enjoy the birth centenary celebration of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam. It is now time to unveil the souvenir Mahendrayana. May I invite Dr. Chittaranjan Mishra, Chief Editor of the Souvenir, to present the souvenir to the guests on the dais. Volunteers will please help. Thank you all. May I now request Professor Gopabandhu Behera, one of the early PhD scholars of Professor Raut, to please recall the decades of his association with Professor Raut.
Good morning, all of you. The President of the OCS, Professor R. Das, Chairman of the Mkrcc, Professor P.K. Mishra, Mr. Vice Chancellor of Ravenshaw University, Professor S.K. Naik, Professor Ganapati Yadav, Professor Swaminathan Sivaram, Secretary Mkrcc, Professor S. Samal, Secretary OCS, Professor Mahanti, Professor Jyotirmayi Das of IACS, and Professor Jyotirmayi Mahanti of BARC, my revered teacher, Professor B. Sahu, Professor, my senior colleague, Dr. Tripathi, Pranabandu Tripathi, my friend, Dr. Rudra Dwivedi, and Professor Priyambada Mahanti Hezmadi, who was my Vice Chancellor at Samarkand University. At the outset, I wish all of you a happy 2024. Let this new year bring happiness, prosperity, and lasting joy to one and all. This new year will see the operation of NEP with greater autonomy to universities and provision of adequate infrastructure to educational institutions all over the state. Ravenshaw College, turned into a university, is like a homecoming to me. I always feel at home while walking in the corridors walking in the library, and walking on the lawns of this university. Hence, I felt happy when this university got A++ for the first time in the eastern region, for which I congratulate the Vice Chancellor. I also heartily congratulate OCS for deciding the centenary birthday celebration of Professor Raut, an illustrious teacher, researcher, administrator, builder, and inspirer. This is being done through Mkrcc with ever youthful Professor B.K. Mishra, the chairman, Professor Sasar Samal, the secretary, and Dr. C.R. Mishra, a recent lifetime achievement awardee for the publication of Mkrcc. I am also thankful to Professor Upasthi Ragini Das, the president of OCS, for coordinating the function. The legacy of research of Mkrcc College began with Professor Singh, followed by Professor B. Prasad, and the trio, Professor D. Patnaik, Professor Espani, and Professor M.K. Raut. Just as a stone thrown into the water body creates ripples, hard work of Professor Raut in the laboratories created ripples crossing the boundary of the state. I have already written about him, my esteemed teacher in Karma Yogi, published by his worthy son, Professor S.P. Raut, and in Mahendrayana. Hence, I would like to share with you whatever I have received from him since 1957-58. I learned that research is an art. Failure is the stepping stone to success. Research develops a positive mind, and it helps growth of logical thinking and focuses the wandering mind. Professor Raut was an excellent teacher. I was attracted to him during 57-58 for his teaching. While working in Woodward's school, attending Woodward's seminar, he realized his deficiencies in modern organic chemistry. On the advice of Professor Conroy, his immediate supervisor, he attended a course with undergrad students to his students. After his return, immediately introduced the course, and I am happy to be his first batch of students to study the logic of organic reactions. Many whys and hows were answered easily through that. Professor Raut exposed us to wider knowledge beyond the course through seminars delivered by experts in the field. I realized from his teaching that teaching is not one-sided but is participatory. Try to teach a subject through question and answer, and through the method, sometimes good ideas come up which helps in your own research. Always read and think for a while before teaching a subject. Knowledge can be obtained through manana, patana, and nididhyasana. Never go to a class without preparation. Love your students, and through this, the teacher gets mental feedback. Enjoy teaching. As the principal of 3 major colleges of Odisha, he organized the Silver Jubilee of GM College, to which he invited very famous people like Simanta Gandhi, Planning Commission member, Director NCL, and many renowned scientists, literatures, and historians. He worked very hard to transfer the governance of Calicut College to government ahead of scheduled time. He organized the belated scheduled time. He worked very hard. He organized the belated centenary celebration of Mkrcc College and got a stamp released. As the DPI, he gave justice to the candidates who came out successful in the OPSC written examination. In spite of the government's unwillingness to accept the OPSC results. As the Vice Chancellor of Utkal University, he removed the financial crunch of the university and made it sustainable. He was perhaps the second VC in India to take classes, the first being Professor R.C. Mehrotra of Delhi University. As the chairman of the Pollution Control Board, he worked in all capacities and made it vibrant. For him only, the present building stands with pride with its own income. He wanted to make it a research organization. It would have been very nice for the government to name it as Mahendra Raut Parivesh Bhavan, and I would, through this body, I request the government to do so. He had a tremendous feeling of self-respect. He also, with Professor G. Mishra, Professor Aditya, and others, fought to make Indian and foreign PhDs of equal status. He succeeded when the then Education Minister, late Radhanath Ratha, decided and declared it in Vidhan Sabha in their favor. Wherever he worked, he left his footprint. Professor Raut was highly sympathetic to the personal problems of persons working with him. He financially helped many employees of the college. He was also accessible to help good students out of the way. He would congratulate and wish for better achievements to good students of any subject. His memory of remembering names was fantastic. Volumes can be spoken about him, but I now give it a pause. I am fortunate to be his students and a member of his research family. Thank you very much for the time and the patience in listening me. I am thankful to Mkrcc for giving me this opportunity to stand before you and speak something. Invoking God's blessings to you all, I close. Again, a Happy New Year. Thank you very much.
I just thought I'll to say a few things. I'm seeing very, very eminent personalities also there whom I could not name. Professor Damodar Acharya achanti, Professor Balaram Sahu achanti, Madam Subhasin Lenka achanti, Sanjay Panda achanti. तो मोर नमस्कार रेवेन्सा तरफ समस्त को मु गोटे कथा कहया आज प्रभात सार कहवा पूर्व आज आउ गोटे दिन आप जानती आज आम महेंद्र राउतर जन्म शतवार्षिक होची आज आम प्रभात सार भी जन्मदिन तेणु मु बर्तमान समस्त कहि आम गोटे इट्स ए ग्रेट ओकेजन गोटे कोइंसिडेंस तांकर भी आज जन्मदिन प्रभात सार कहि किछि दीपद कहिबे बर्तमान सो हैप्पी बर्थडे प्रभात सार ऑल ऑफ यू आज मु केमिकल सोसाइटी को रिक्वेस्ट करी एमकेआरसीसी को उपरओली गोटे प्रभात सार गोटे केक कटा जाऊ जोटा मुझे आसवि देखा कर थैंक यू Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Prabhat sir. Happy birthday to you. Jai Jagannath. What a coincidence. Sir, आपने कही वर्तमान?
Happy birthday that western style ହେଇଗଲା ଆମେ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ କହୁଛି ପ୍ରଭାତ ବାବୁଙ୍କର happy birthday ବଡ଼ ଆନନ୍ଦର ବିଷୟ ତେଣୁ ସର୍ବେ ଭବନ୍ତୁ ସୁଖିନଃ ସର୍ବେ ସନ୍ତୁ ନିରାମୟା ସର୍ବେ ଭଦ୍ରାଣୀ ପଶ୍ୟନ୍ତୁ ମା କଶ୍ଚିତ୍ ଦୁଃଖ ଭାବ ଭବେତ୍ this is his wish for the community, this is our wish to his family. Thank you.
Thank you all. With that pleasant note, let me request Professor Prabhat Mishra, Chairman Mkrcc, to kindly address the audience.
उपस्थित भद्रमंडली को मोर विनम्र नमस्कार। आज मोर गुरु प्रोफेसर महेंद्र कुमार राउतंकर जन्मदिन से आमे बहुत आयोजन करूँ जन्मदिन जमती पालन करा जाए एवं से आपण मानू समस्त को निमंत्रण करूँ एठाकू आसवाई मु आपण मान निकट में कृतज्ञ जे आपण माने आमर अनुरोध रक्षा करी आज एठाकू आसीचंती आमे आरंभरू जो एडवाइजरी कमिटी गोटे तैयारी करूँ से किछि मेंबर मध्य ଆଜି ଆସି ଏଠି ପହଞ୍ଚିଛନ୍ତି। ତାଙ୍କମାନଙ୍କ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣିନଥିବେ ବୋଧେ ଏଠି ବସିଛନ୍ତି ମୋର ବନ୍ଧୁ ପୂର୍ବତନ ଚିଫ ଜଷ୍ଟିସ ଅଫ୍ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ଶ୍ରୀ ଗୋପାଳ ବଲ୍ଲଭ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ। ଟିକେ ଠିଆ ହେବେ ସାର୍, ଗୋପାଳ ବାବୁ ସାର୍ ଟିକେ ଠିଆ ହେଇଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଟେଲିଫୋନ କରି କହିଥିଲି, ଚିଠି ପଠାଇଥିଲି, ଚିଫ ଜଷ୍ଟିସ ଅଫ୍ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆ ବି ଆସି ଏଠି ପହଞ୍ଚିଛନ୍ତି। ଏଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି ଅନ୍ୟାନ୍ୟ ବନ୍ଧୁ ଜଷ୍ଟିସ ଏମ୍ ଦାସ, ଯିଏ ଏଇଠି କେମିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଅନର୍ସ ପଢ଼ୁଥିଲେ। ଏଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି ମୋର ବନ୍ଧୁ ଶ୍ରୀମତୀ ପ୍ରିୟମ୍ବଦା ମହାନ୍ତି ହେଜମାଡ଼ି, ଭାଇସ୍ ଚାନ୍ସେଲର ଥିଲେ ସମ୍ବଲପୁରରେ। ଏଇଠି ମଧ୍ୟ ସିଣ୍ଡିକେଟରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ସେ ବି ମୋର ବନ୍ଧୁ। ତାଙ୍କୁ କହିଲା ପରେ ସେ ବି ଆସିଛନ୍ତି। ଏଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି ଦାମୋଦର ଆଚାର୍ଯ୍ୟ, ସେ ମୋର ଛାତ୍ର, ତାଙ୍କୁ ବି ଟେଲିଫୋନ କରିଥିଲି, ସେ ବି ଆସି ଆଜି ପହଞ୍ଚି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ଏଠି ସତ୍ୟକାମ ମିଶ୍ର PSCର ଚେୟାରମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଏଇଠି ଥିଲେ, ସାଙ୍ଗ ହେଇ କାମ କରୁଥିଲୁ। ତା ଛଡ଼ା ତାଙ୍କର ପରିବାରର ସମସ୍ତେ ଏଠିକି ଆସିଛନ୍ତି। ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଥମରୁ, ମୋର ଏଇଟା ବକ୍ତୃତା ନୁହଁ, ତାକୁ ପଛରେ କହିବି। ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଦେବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ଯେ ସାର୍ଙ୍କର ପରିବାର ବର୍ଗର ସମସ୍ତେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଜି ଆସି ଏଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି। ତାଙ୍କର ପୁତୁରା, ତାଙ୍କ ଭାଣିଜୀ, ତାଙ୍କ ପୁଅ ତ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ଆସି, ପୁଅ ବୋଉ ଏଇଠି ଆସିଛନ୍ତି। ଆପଣମାନେ ସବୁ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି, ଏଇ ଆମେ ଯେଉଁ ଜନ୍ମଦିନ ତାଙ୍କର ପାଳୁଛୁ ସେଇଥିରେ ଆମ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମିଶିବେ, ଆମ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମିଶି ଏ ଉତ୍ସବଟିକି ମୁଖରିତ କରିବେ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଆପଣ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଦେଉଛି। ମୋର ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ଭାଷଣ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ଅବସ୍ଥାରେ ଦେବି। ଆସିଥିବା ଯୋଗୁଁ ଅଶେଷ ଅଶେଷ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଏବଂ କୃତଜ୍ଞତା ଜ୍ଞାପନ କରୁଛି। ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ।
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sivaram, Chief Guest, to briefly address the audience. Later in the day, Professor Sivaram will give an inspiring lecture, and the audience is requested not to miss his lecture.
The very distinguished members sitting on the dais, many of whom I know personally well for the last 2 or 3 decades. It's also my privilege to meet some of the oldest associates of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut on the podium today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and my young friends. It's indeed an honor for me to be present on this occasion. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity this morning to be present here. I will not take a lot of time now because I have something to say when I speak in the afternoon. But when I look back, of course, I did not know Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, but I only heard about him. When I look back at the life of such people, I keep wondering, why is it that we remember them after 100 years after their birth? Why is it that we remember a few people after their 100th year of their birth? We don't remember everybody, right? Why is it that we remember a few people with such reverence, with such respect, with such fondness? What is it that they have done that deserves this memory? This is a question that I think many of my young friends must ask yourself. What is it that you have to do in this world to be remembered by successive generation? Is it just acquiring knowledge? Is it just merely doing good research and publishing papers? Is it being just a good teacher? Is it being just a good administrator? I think all of these are important. But I think what we remember people today, those embellishments, those recognitions, all of them had, but why we remember them today is because the quality of the human being that they were. And I want to ensure and tell my young colleagues that if we don't aspire to have that purpose, if we don't aspire to have that feeling of empathy and compassion for our fellow citizens, if we cannot translate that empathy into actions that will help our people around us, nobody will remember you, not even for a few decades. Don't worry about 100 years. I think that's the quality that I see in people like Mahendra Kumar Raut. People who came from very humble surroundings, who did not complain about the environment in which they were forced to work, unlike some of my young colleagues today. They did not ask for money. They did what they could with the best facilities and of course outstandingly well, but more than that, they inspired young men and women to strive for a larger goal and purpose in life, which I think is the reason why we remember people like Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut. Of course, he built the edifice of chemistry, education, and research in this part of the world. In fact, most of us have known very distinguished chemists from, not only from Ravenshaw College, from the institutions in Odisha. And I think much of that credit of producing those talented young men and women who today are available around the world. You can go around the world and you will find somebody from Ravenshaw, somebody from Utkal, doing very well in their professions around the world. He has been a kind mentor to innumerable number of students and of course generations of students, and I think produced for this great state a place in the history of chemistry of India. Today I'm only reminded of a very well-known poem that we have all read when we were in high school, and I'm sure most of you may not have forgotten it, which I think aptly summarizes the occasion that we are here today. And this is a poem that you know, I'm sure you know the poet. The heights of great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. And that's Mahendra Kumar Raut, because he worked so hard for the benefit of his fellow men and women that we see him as a colossus of chemistry in this part, in India and this part of the world. And lastly, in that very same poet, in a very beautiful poem called The Psalm of Life, he talks about this: lives of all great men all remind us we can make our life sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints in the sands of time. Many of you know that no footprint stays in the sands of time. You can walk across to a beach in Odisha, walk around, next day your footprints won't be there. How do you make sure that your footprints remain on the sands of time unless you make hundreds of people walk on your footprints? And then the footprint stays eternally on the sands of time. And that's what I think Mahendra Kumar Raut taught us, to walk on his footsteps year after year after year. And now we are the 100th year of his birth, and his footprints therefore are still alive on the sands of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for making us aware of the inspiring life and work of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut. It's now time to felicitate Professor Jyotirmoy Das and Professor Jyotirmoy Mohanty. May I now request Professor Jyotirmoy Das to come on the dais. The citation of Professor Jyotirmoy Das will be read later in the day when she'll present a lecture. Let me briefly introduce to you Professor Jyotirmoy Das. She obtained her MSc from Ravenshaw College and PhD in Organic Chemistry from IIT Kanpur. She was awarded Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship at Freie University Berlin, a postdoctoral fellowship at ESPCI Paris, and Marie Curie Fellowship at the University of Cambridge. She first joined IISER Kolkata as an assistant professor in 2009 and is currently working as a senior professor at IACS Kolkata. She received DST Swarna Jayanti 2015-16 and DBT Welcome Trust 2020 fellowships and the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize 2020, besides other prestigious awards. She is a fellow of the Indian Academic of Science, Bangalore, and has been awarded the CRSI Bronze Medal and OPPI Scientist Award. Her research interests include new organic transformation, structure, and function of nucleic acid targets. Thank you. I now request Dr. Jyotirmoy Mohanty to please come on the stage. Dr. Jyotirmoy Mohanty obtained her MSc in chemistry from Utkal University in 1992 and joined Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai as a scientific officer in 1993. After her PhD from the University of Mumbai in 2002, she carried out her postdoctoral research at Max Planck Institute for Biophysical Chemistry, Göttingen, and Jacobs University, Bremen, Germany. Dr. Mohanty has come up with several publications in high-impact journals, patents, and book chapters which have attracted more than 5,500 citations with an H-index of 38. Her research contributions have been recognized in various national and international fora such as IUPAC 2023 Distinguished Women in Chemistry or Chemical Engineering Award, Fellow of the National Academy of Sciences, FNASC 2014, Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry, Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award from DAE 2019, Asian Oceanian Photochemistry Association Prize 2010, Bronze Medal from CRSI Distinguished Lectureship Award 2009 from the Japan Chemical Society, Humboldt Fellowship for Experienced Researchers, Samanta Chandrasekhar Award 2011 from Odisha Bigyan Academy, besides many others. Thank you. I would now request Chief Speaker Professor Ganapati D. Yadav to deliver his lecture. Volunteers will please arrange the stage for the lecture. Professor Yadav's lecture, which will be of around 30 to 35 minutes, is titled The Net Zero Goal and Sustainability, Green Hydrogen Technologies, Carbon Dioxide Refineries, Biomass Valorization, and Waste Plastic Recycling.
Friends, our felicitation and honoring program will go on, but since Justice Gopal Ballabh Patnaik is not keeping well, he wants to leave, so we will honor him before that, and later on all the committee members we will do that honoring.
We are getting delayed for a couple of minutes. Please bear with us.
कॉलर माइक नहीं दियो कॉलर माइक ये जुगर से काम को नहीं Yes.
It on? Hello? Yeah. Please take your seats. I'm extremely sorry for this delay. I'm extremely sorry for this delay because of the compatibility of the computer. Then it was transferred to the, pen drive that got wiped off. So I had to bring my computer to copy it again. And so I had made a shorter version, but now I have a longer version which I will present to you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this Professor M.K. Raut birth centenary celebration. I'm very fortunate that as the President of Indian Chemical Society, I'm participating in this program which is organized by Orissa Chemical Society. And it is also Indian Chemical Society celebrating its 100 years this year. So it is quite coincident. And we found that Professor P.K. Mishra also is celebrating his 90th birthday on the same day. So I'm going to, because I'm given 35 minutes, I would like to go through my slides very quickly. So, sustainable development is a buzzword which is used by everybody. And one of the things people talk about is net zero. Okay, net zero. That is net zero carbon dioxide emissions. That is the mantra. Decarbonization. So, this, these 17 goals can be clubbed into society, economy, and environment, and that is the triangle. And among that, climate change is very, very important. So how do we arrest climate change? That is what I'm going to talk about. So in this, I will give a glimpse of hydrogen technologies, particularly the importance of green hydrogen. Carbon dioxide will be the new oil when the, crude oil is exhausted. That will happen by 2054. That is the prediction. Then how to decarbonize the economy. Every other person talks about decarbonization. Then how to use biomass to make chemicals and materials and fuels. And also waste plastic recycling. A lot of people talk against plastic, but I'm going to tell you in favor of plastic and what should be done. And circular economy and recycle engineering. So net zero and sustainability, these are two buzzwords. But according to me, carbon negative energy sources is going to save the earth. So, this is, common scene. When you go to north now,
You cannot land in Delhi because of the pollution. And this is something like 350 million metric tons is typically burned by farmers. That's a very valuable source of chemicals, fuels and materials, but they burn it. So, and you see something like 500 million tons of agri-waste is produced in India from variety of sources. So why not make use of this waste as a value? That is what I am going to talk about. So in that, sugar cane, typically sugar cane bagasse is used to have cogen. Most of the sugar factories do that in India, and in fact they are burning a valuable wealth. So what should be done about that? That's what I'm going to talk about. So this particular slide, before the pandemic, the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere was 410 ppm. After a year, in January 2020, when it became 412 ppm, now it is 424 ppm. So that means our economy has been restored and we are using carbon for our survival. But that is going to be dangerous for us. And you know what is happening with reference to climate change, droughts, floods and whatnot. And if we don't have technological intervention in arresting this carbon dioxide which is going into the atmosphere, we will have disaster by 2050. The temperature of the globe will rise to something like 6 to 8 degrees Celsius, which will be end of the world. So we have to do something for that. So this is where the Paris Agreement was thought of. 195 nations participated except United States. They said our economy will be affected if we stop, use of carbon. So, however, very alarming situation was reported on 18th May in 2023, and it says that already we have emitted so much of carbon dioxide, something like 36.4 million metric tons in 2022, that we will breach this 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2027. That means we must have technologies yesterday, not even tomorrow. And so you can see this particular thing here, that in year 2020, 35 gigatons, billion tons of carbon dioxide was emitted. And unless we bring it down to 10 gigatons, that is the steady state, the temperature rise of 1.5 degrees C will not be maintained. So that is what is happening. It means that we should not be using carbon in any form of energy. Okay, should be only the renewable energy. So we have decarbonization sectors like building, energy, industry, transport. People normally talk about transport, but buildings consume something like 33% of energy. Okay, so yes, decarbonization is required. And if you look at this carbon dioxide emissions, China is number 1, India is number 4, US is number 2, European Union as a whole is number 3. So what we require, and we are emitting 2.622, gigatons every year, and that has to be made zero because we are the most populous country, and others also have to do. That is China, which emits something like 25% of the CO2. So see, the problem with us, we are all accustomed to coal, crude oil, and we have all sorts of refineries. Now we are talking about, it is not crude to fuel plus chemicals, but crude to chemicals, coal to gas, coal to liquid. That is the so-called fossil fuels. On the other hand, we have the so-called renewable fuels. Everywhere we have to convert them into chemicals, fuels and materials. However, carbon is the culprit because we are emitting this carbon dioxide no matter whether it is fossil or non-fossil. So you see that when you use carbon as a fuel, that is the so-called greenhouse gas, carbon dioxide, and that is what I told you, something like 36.4 gigatons. And when you use biomass, okay, that is where the carbon neutrality comes. That means if you have enough number of trees or technologies to take care of carbon dioxide, you are okay. But that is not the solution, and I'm going to prove that. Okay? So the climate net zero is not the solution. It is net negative which is the solution, if you want to really restrict to 1.5 degrees C. At the same time, waste, tremendous amount of waste is generated, and in 2050 it will be 2.38 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent which will be coming from the waste. Okay, so we have to look at waste valorization as well. So if you see this net zero target, only 73% of the global emissions are covered. China is 25%, USA you can see is 12%, EU is 70%, and the other 29%, India is one of them. 27% countries do not have net zero goal. That means either they are poor, technologically poor, or they don't have the technology. Okay, that is the meaning of that. So only 73% emissions are covered. And another interesting facet about this is that if you look at the renewable energy share in the total energy, by 2050 it will be 73%. Okay, so that is about 49,000 terawatt hours. And as far as India is concerned, we should target something like 10,000 terawatt hours. 20% of this should be targeted by India to be globally competitive and safe. So in this 2050, you see solar energy, wind energy, hydro, nuclear, gas and coal. By 2045, no crude oil will be used, no petroleum will be used for making any fuels. Okay, that is the prediction. So in other words, we are producing so much of waste, whether it is solid, liquid or gas, all of that has to be reused in some different form. So these are either chemical processes, biological processes, physical processes, where we convert, otherwise we will require 3 Earths if we don't have a recycle or circular economy. And at the same time, we have tremendous quantities of solar panels, wind turbines, plastic, batteries and construction and debris waste. All of them has to be reused in doing some processes, could be physical, chemical, biological. We have to do that. So we see this is what is happening, going to happen. So this is where hydrogen becomes very, very important, because hydrogen can be used to reconvert many of these things back to their original state. So I call this as a new trinity: solar energy, wind energy and hydrogen energy. I call hydrogen as the prime devas. Devas is a Sanskrit word meaning deity. Hydrogen will be the prime deity. Why? Because hydrogen can give me chemicals, fuels, materials from waste biomass or repurposed, biomass, but wind and solar energy will not give me chemicals and materials. So this is what is predicted, that you look at the earlier days, so you have solid fuel, then you had liquid because of this avalanche of the crude oil industry, and now ultimately by the year 2100 it will be gases, that is hydrogen will be one of the most important energy carriers. And hydrogen can be used for a variety of purposes, particularly the green hydrogen. So green power generation, transportation, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, IC engines, boilers, upgrading of bio-oil, hydrogenation of biomass, green ammonia, all those things fall in place because of hydrogen. So hydrogen is going to be the central theme of. So if you look at the projected hydrogen demand, there are 3 agencies: International Energy Agency, Hydrogen Council and Energy Transition Commission. And they predict different things. This is the variation, the combination of blue hydrogen and green hydrogen. I'll tell you a little bit later what is the meaning of that. So the prediction is, in the global energy demand, 20% to 24% will be met by hydrogen. That is the prediction by 2050. Somebody says And the ratio could be 59, 40, 25, 75, 75, 25, 85, 15. These are the predictions. And it is believed that if you want to have a profitable hydrogen economy, the cost has to be something like $1 per kg or lower. That is a very big challenge. It cannot be done right now. The cost of hydrogen, green hydrogen, is anywhere between $6 to $7 per kg. So in the United States, the President of the United States announced some sort of incentive to the industry, and they said $3 per kg incentive will be given if we produce green hydrogen. Okay, and they will continue it for 10 years to give that incentive. So this is, at the same time, what is the current manufacture? Earlier I told you that it could go up to 839 million metric tons. Right now it is only 100 million metric tons, of which 95% is gray hydrogen. That is, the meaning is that you produce hydrogen from steam reforming of methane or natural gas. The co-product is carbon dioxide, which is let go into the atmosphere, so which is bad for the environment. So this is what is going to happen. So, and the electrolyzers, anywhere between 50 to 55 kilowatt hour for 1 kg. But electrolyzers are highly inefficient, and everybody in the world is talking about electrolyzers. They are not efficient. So green hydrogen means electrolysis of water, okay, by using electrolyzers or thermochemical process. Blue hydrogen means you produce hydrogen by any means, whether it is biomass or coal or crude oil or naphtha, but the carbon dioxide, 90% of that should be captured. Then it becomes blue. And the gray hydrogen is what they are doing right now. That is 1 ton of hydrogen in the refinery gives 11 tons of carbon dioxide. That is gray hydrogen. And something beyond that, that is something called the turquoise hydrogen, which is pyrolysis of methane, which gives carbon and hydrogen. Okay, that is another process where no carbon dioxide is emitted in the atmosphere, and that carbon can be used for many other purposes, including, the farming. So another thing which happened very recently in October, CNN reported that they found some naturally occurring hydrogen near Mali. And so that hydrogen, of course it is not going to last for long, it is about 250 million metric tons, but it is there. Okay, that is white hydrogen. However, our ministry did something, the new and renewable energy ministry gave an outrageous definition of green hydrogen. Green hydrogen means no carbon dioxide, but they said 2 kilo of carbon dioxide is also green. Actually, they are criticized. I am one of the critics. I told them that you should not change the definition. You give incentive for reducing the carbon dioxide. That is what the industry is doing. Most of the chemical companies have announced their target anywhere between 2035 to 2050. That is the way to go, not changing the definition. Now, apparently they are going to change that, but they had this, notification. So as far as the hydrogen is concerned, there are many ways by which you can produce hydrogen, but most of the world talks about this electrolysis of water, which is not economical at all. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even government of India is giving incentive on electrolysis. Many companies have announced their electrolyzers and whatnot. So this is the problem with the electrolyzers. You have this alkaline electrolyzers, anion exchange membrane, proton exchange membrane, and they have problems of their own, like the current density, the type of electrolytes, the efficiencies, the temperatures, and the catalyst, membranes, everything. It is very, very expensive. So everybody is concentrating on improving the efficiency of electrolyzers. So of course we can make hydrogen from biomass. Any biomass, including sea waste, can be used to convert hydrogen into hydrogen. Okay? Or like the biological processes, electrochemical processes and thermochemical processes. So we concentrated a lot on thermochemical processes, and I'm going to talk about it. So you may have any feedstock, any biomass, you can produce hydrogen, biofuels, chemicals. So hydrogen can be produced by dark fermentation, but unfortunately with fermentation you emit carbon dioxide. Okay, all fermentations have that problem. So we have to take care of that. Or you can route biomass by gasification and pyrolysis, and in gasification you can use air, oxygen, carbon dioxide, name it, and water. Yes. So also hydrogen can be produced from waste food. You know, on municipal solid waste, 50% is biomass, 10 to 12% is plastic. And this is the source of, hydrogens. And that hydrogen typically comes from water. So if you do steam reforming, you will get hydrogen. So yes, we can make from food waste. So we can also make hydrogen from bioalcohols, which are produced from biowaste. We did a lot of work, we got patents, and also we have published. So for example, we have methanol, ethanol, ethylene glycol, N-butanol, glycerol, and all those kind of things. You can do it. And there are a lot of papers published in literature. However, what is important is that this is so-called thermochemical cycle. 216 cycles have been reported in the literature. And the leading are United States, the Argonne National Laboratory, Tokyo University, Ontario Technical University, and ICT Mumbai. So we are the 4 people who are competing with each other. Okay, so here, see, there was the sulfur iodine cycle and copper chlorine cycle. We initially worked on sulfur iodine cycle, which is now being done by IIT Delhi, and we concentrated on copper chlorine cycle. So this is a very interesting copper chlorine cycle, and I will talk a little bit about that. But what it means that our power ministry says by 2030, we should be having 50% of renewable energy in our energy mix. That means it will be water and air. They will be our feedstock. Water as a source of hydrogen and oxygen, and nitrogen from air. So if you combine nitrogen and hydrogen, which is so-called green hydrogen, using green power, then only it will be green ammonia. So yes, we can do that. So that is what is happening in the case of synthesis of green ammonia. You can do, take water, either you do electrolysis or thermochemically produce hydrogen, and you coax it with the nitrogen, which is either you separate from air by pressure swing adsorption or cryogenics, and then you produce green ammonia. Green ammonia transport, and that industry is very well established. You don't have to do anything else. And that can be directly used as a fuel. Whatever purpose hydrogen is used, ammonia can be used. Only thing is when you burn ammonia, it gives NOx. So you have to have additional catalytic processes to convert that NOx into nitrogen. But yes, ammonia is a good substitute. About 10 atmosphere you can compress it, but hydrogen requires 300 to 700 atmospheres. In India, we don't have a standard beyond 200 atmospheres. So it's a very interesting question. So we can see that the consumption of hydrogen by 2050, it will be only green hydrogen and blue hydrogen. So these statistics I produced from 3 different sources, and that is European Union, Hydrogen Council, and Bloomberg New Energy Fund. And that industry will grow at 8%, something like 150 billion by 2030. That will be the kind of investment. But it may go beyond that because everybody is concentrating on green hydrogen. So in our process, so what we did a lot of experiments. We have a pilot plant. We were running it for a number of years. Now we have shifted it to Goa. So I can produce hydrogen in less than $1. This is simulation, believe. If my capacity is more than 100 tons per day. For 1 ton per day, it is around $11. That means we have to do a lot of scale up of this process, and which is what we are going to do. So we have got many patents and publications in this. I won't go into the details, but yes, we asked for expression of interest. 26 companies showed interest in that. We have identified 4 of them, and we are going to do work with them. So what is going to happen in that? You can see that including a foreign company, 3 foreign companies rather. So Department of Energy USA says 1 kilo hydrogen in $1 in 1 decade. That is 111. In cricket, it is called Nelson's eye. That means you get out. So it is a dangerous thing, right? So 111. But the refinery hydrogen is something like $2 to $2.5 per kg. Okay. So yes, we have big challenges here. So this particular slide shows what we did on our lab. This is just one slide, gives everything what I did for a number of years. So yes, so we take solar power, we have molten salt, and we have copper chlorine cycle. Just that is a closed loop cycle. water goes in, hydrogen and oxygen come out, and hydrogen can be used for carbon dioxide methanation to methane and hydrocarbons up to LPG. We have got different catalysts developed for that. We can make hydrocarbons, we can use hydrogenation of biomass and plastic, so how many things we can produce? Hydrocarbons, methanol, dimethyl ether, formic acid, ethanol, ethylene, and name anything which you can produce by using hydrogen, the green hydrogen. So we have the integrated technology, okay, we are demonstrating. In fact, in February, we are going to show it in the Energy Week in Goa, where Honorable Prime Minister is supposed to inaugurate that. So yes, so the cost of hydrogen, electrolyzers are very expensive. You know, in 2020, it was predicted that it will be $1,100 per kilowatt. In fact, some of the companies said $1,500, $1,600, $2,000, and it has to be brought to $220 by 2040. Some of the companies said it should be brought to less than $150. So that is one of the challenges to hydrogen production technology. So what we did, that we compared our process with others, the so-called brown hydrogen, gray hydrogen, turquoise, blue, grass, and the last one is my process. And we have been saying that we can produce hydrogen in less than $1. And we have shown it, we have demonstrated it, but we have not scaled up to that thing. So I should be modest about it. When I say that I can produce in less than $1, I have to go for a much higher scale. So, but quite interestingly, Honorable Nitin Gadkari mentioned this in Rajya Sabha in the question hour, and he said that Dr. Yadav has to add this, you know, he has seen our plant actually. So that is very nice to know that the government recognizes this kind of thing. So what happens when fossil fuel is not there, fossil carbon is not there, like coal will be there for another 150 years, okay? We may have some natural gas, but crude oil will not be there. So can carbon be the new carbon dioxide with the new oil? And I say that yes, carbon dioxide will be the new oil. So where we can convert carbon dioxide by thermochemical, chemical catalysis, biocatalysis, plasma, and electrochemical and photochemical, you can convert carbon dioxide to whatever you want. Okay, you can couple it, you can do many things with carbon dioxide. So of course you can make many chemicals, you know, so chemists do a lot of things and they say that, okay, I can do this, I can do this kind and that. So this is what it is saying. However, one of the most important part is carbon dioxide conversion to methanol or dimethyl ether will be the real game changer. And methanol is a good feedstock. And methanol right now is used, perhaps you know that, for fertilizer industry. But methanol is also used in race cars. So methanol can be a very big source. So that is methanol economy, which our Niti Aayog is talking about. We have written articles on that. We are also, you know, dimethyl ether can be substituted elegantly. And also dimethyl ether is a substitute for natural LPG and diesel. So yes, we can convert, you know, carbon dioxide into dimethyl ether. We have developed technologies for both of this. So we can see that our success story is that we have converted CO2 into methane and higher hydrocarbons. We have used different sources of carbon dioxide, including power plant. Yes, we have similarly we have done dimethyl ether, and this we are now scaling up with the help of, you know, Godavari biorefineries. They have fermenters. They emit 300 tons per day of carbon dioxide. So I told Samir Somaya, why don't you join hands with me? And that is what he has done. So, and then carbon dioxide into methanol. We have developed a catalyst which doesn't decay even for 4,000 hours. It's a very good catalyst. We have patented that. So we can do many things from carbon dioxide. However, the most important part in the biorefinery is a term which is loosely used by everybody. Biorefinery is not a new word. Biorefinery was already known during this 18th and 19th century, and that what was that? That was the blubber of the whale, which was used to produce soap and illumination. So it so happened that the population of this whale went on declining, almost come to an extinction, and that is the time when, you know, the carbon-based economy, coal and crude oil, they became the savior of the whale. And so we must give credit to Colonel Edwin Drake, who drilled the first well in Titusville in Pennsylvania in 1869. In India, we did it in 1889. So you can imagine that it changed the whole thing. very interestingly, this is a very complex, but most elegant technologically is the petroleum refinery. All sorts of catalysts are used, all sorts of technologies are used. So, but one interesting thing I must tell you is that there was a guy called Vladimir Ifatov, the military general of Russia. He retired at the age of 60, but he was a great scientist, catalyst scientist, and many of the processes which are used by the refineries now were developed by him. So when he retired, UOP, the great American company, wanted to hire him. So they went to him secretly, and he was hired by them. But he was also a colorful man, so he has a girlfriend. So they hired his girlfriend also because they were interested in his science. He was nominated many times for a Nobel Prize, but he was never given because of his military background. So sometimes history is unkind to the real hero. However, he was, worshipped and, elevated to the Hall of Fame along with Vladimir Hansel of MIT. That is what happened. Yes, so what happens when crude oil is run out? Which may happen if you go on. Today it is about 100 million barrels per day crude oil capacity. By say 2050 it may become 150 if we continue, or it may come down because of the use of biomass. Okay, so this is where petroleum refinery and the biorefinery we can compare. In petroleum refinery you have benzene, toluene, xylene, butanes. You go on functionalizing, catalytically dehydrogenate, do whatever you want. But in the case of biorefinery, it is the exactly opposite, defunctionalization. So many oxygen bonds, OH bonds and whatnot. So that is what is happening. So, but lignocellulosic biomass can be used for making fuels and chemicals and materials and polymers. And there are all processes known to us. So for example, this is the so-called integrated biorefinery. So you can take from cellulose, for example, or hemicellulose or lignin. Most of the time lignin is burnt as a fuel, but that is a bad idea. We should not do that. We should convert lignin into variety of chemicals. So that is what we have been advocating. So in all these things, water splitting becomes important. That means hydrogen again come to the center stage because hydrogenation of biomass. So we can see that. So this is cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. All sorts of things. So you can make C5 and C6 sugars from hemicellulose. You don't require sugar cane, right? But you can do that. So obviously on lignin you can make variety of products. So we demonstrated some of these things in our lab. This is from one of my papers which has 10,000 downloads. We talk about policy, government policies, and you see that the top portion is C5 and C6 sugars and bottom is lignin. And you see that mostly these are hydrogenation, hydrogenolysis, oxidation, these kind of reactions. That means once again water splitting become very, very important. So yes, that is what is going to happen in future. So we worked on variety of platform molecules from biomass, something like 14 of them. We have patented some of these ideas, but you can see that they are all oxygenated compounds. So yes, we can do production of bioalkyls from biomass and carbon dioxide. Once again, here also we can convert this lignocellulosic biomass into syngas, biooil, xylose, glucose, lignin, aromatics and whatnot. So the farmers can benefit, but we must have a policy where the agri-waste is collected, densified, converted into small pellets and taken to somewhere else for production of chemicals, fuels and whatnot, and should not be burned. So farmers can benefit by this hydrogenation of biomass and waste to wealth. So one of the questions which we should ask is, can biomass be wasted on making low value, high volume biofuels? So in refineries, oil refineries, hydrogen is used to the maximum. 8 processes are there in refinery where hydrogen is used. And currently that statistics is about 32 million metric tons, per annum. And in the biorefinery also hydrogen is required. That means we must, so one of the industries where green hydrogen should be used is refineries. Then the fertilizer industry and the steel industry. So we did this calculation. Suppose you take 1 kg of crude oil, you can produce 32 megajoule of fuels plus 0.2 kg of chemicals by the standard refinery processes which are used across the world. However, if you use 1 kg of biomass, it will give me only 6 megajoule of energy or 0.8 kg of chemicals. So this is an average. So we did this calculations from the world's refinery capacity based on 97.4 million barrels per day. So that is something like 215 barrels per second of fuels. But 100% biomass going to fuel is only 10 barrels per second. But if I convert it into chemicals, it is 320 barrels per second. So common sense tells that making chemicals from biomass is a better idea than burning biomass as a fuel. Okay, so look at, for example, bioethanol. Everybody talks about bioethanol and all those things. Then government wants to reduce the import bill, therefore the bioethanol policy. But after 2030, it should not be used. It should be converted. It should be converted into ethylene. And how many molecules? Something like 11 important chemicals we can make, okay, from ethanol. So yes, so carbon should be used as a source of chemicals and materials and not as a fuel. That is what I would advocate. But for some time, yes, you continue with because you want to reduce the import bill. Yes, that is correct. But beyond 2030, we should have a new policy where carbon should not be used as a fuel. So same is the case with plastics. Plastic is a bad name in the world. Everybody bans plastic, right? But during pandemic, plastic saved us. During pandemic, plastic was a substitute for paper. Because paper used to denude the forest, therefore they said ban plastic. And of course the muck, the plastic waste. So what should be done? So, but the problem with SUP, single-use plastic, government says ban it. Since 2021, government has banned it. But it's a bad idea, I tell you why. Because it is free, you throw it. If there was a deposit on that, irrespective of the size, whether it is a straw, a milk pouch, a PET bottle, water bottle, and if there was a 10 rupees deposit, you will return the bottle and take your 10 rupees back. Or somebody comes to your home to collect that bottle, the 10 rupees returned to you, maybe he takes a commission of 5%, digital economy can be promoted. So government should think of that rather than banning it, because banning means wherever there is a liquor ban, maximum liquor is sold there. And the police fellows and authorities make money when there is a ban, because they do that. So banning is not the solution. So what I am saying is, so ban is not the solution. Because if one technology creates a problem, another technology must solve it. So we have technology for depolymerization and collection. 80% of the money in municipal solid waste or the muck is lost on, segregation. And you will also see that plastic pouch or anything, you throw it, right? So suppose there is a 10 rupees, so like this, housewives never throw newspaper, they will sell it as a raddi, right? A raddi is more valuable than the content in it, many times, right? So yes, so that means you are collecting and selling it, so why not collect the plastic, whether it is PET bottle or a plastic pouch or the milk pouch, you can return it and it will be clean at home also. You don't have to clean, because when you have this segregation, you have to clean it, because the housewife will take the last drop of milk from that pouch. Because it is free, we are throwing it. This example, you go to any marriage party or a birthday party, all sorts of food is kept there. Malaysian to Orient to Bengali, whatever, right? Because it is free and it is so decorated, nicely decorated, you take it and you don't eat it because you don't like it. So more food is wasted during marriages and parties than eaten. However, supposing I suggest you keep a bowl there in front of each dish and they write there, dear madam or sir, put 100 rupees for this dish. Your wife will not allow you to touch that dish, because she knows you never eat it at home. Because it is free, you want to eat it. And at the same time, you are so enamored by that dish, the bride and girl will get that money at the end of the party, right? Because it is free, we are wasting it. So that is what I am saying, that we should encourage recycle. 10 rupees per article, irrespective of shape and size, whether it is a straw or a bottle of 500 ml or 300 ml or 1 liter, 10 rupees, right? So you will not find, supposing you leave this hall, all the bottles will disappear. Because you can make money. It is not, because waste has not been appreciated as a source of income. That is why we waste it. So we can do plastic chemical recycling. There are many ways by which you can go into depolymerization, like hydrothermal processing, chemolysis, pyrolysis, gasification. And one of the things we talk about is hydrolysis, glycolysis. These are reactions. You're breaking the chain. Okay, you're breaking the chain and converting into another molecule. So it is recycling, upcycling, downcycling. You can do that. But the most important part is hydrogenation. Hydrogen can convert hydrogenolysis, break the bonds, make into hydrocarbons and corresponding, say, for example, here PVC, PET, polyamide rubber, rubber will be H2S, you see polyamide will be ammonia plus hydrocarbons, so you have a source of these hydrocarbons. So waste is wealth, can be shown in this plastic waste. So, see, variety of processes we have shown, this is what it is. So yes, so we also did some work on PET waste cycle, and we did this so we can convert PET back into terephthalic acid and ethylene glycol. We have patented that, and in fact we are going to practice in one of the industries. And also we have done it for nylon. We are doing it now polyurethane. So yes, we can do all those things. So we can do polyethylene terephthalate, bio-upcycling. So we can convert that into using many biotechnological processes. So once again, nothing is waste. We have to look at it from a different angle. And the value, there is a value for, so for example, solar panel recycling. In the year 2000, everybody across the world started using solar panels, and same is the case with wind panels. They have a life of 20 to 25 years. That means that material is available as waste. Millions of tons of material is available, and you can't just dump it. So yes, we have got wind blades. Sometimes the wind blade can be 240 meters long. Imagine how much of material is used there. Rare earths, plastic, glass, all sorts of metals. So yes, you can recycle it. Similarly, battery recycling. When the battery if you don't use electricity which is produced by green energy, it is CV, because you are using coal. So it is not EV. So here when the battery, the capacity goes to 80%, it is useless. But it can be used for some other purpose. There is a second life. So yes, batteries can be, so we can also do bio-leaching of spent batteries, and a lot of people are working in this area. So this is the circular energy story. China is growing this area at a very fast rate, something like 45 billion by 2030. That is what is going to happen. Then in United States, another problem is steel industry. Steel industry is highly polluting. 1 ton of steel emits 2.38 tons of carbon dioxide. And our capacity this year is 124 million metric tons. 2030 it will be 300 million metric tons. 2050 it will be 500 million metric tons. And so this can be used, for example, green hydrogen can be used for making steel. Okay, that is one story. Yeah, similarly we did comparison of our technology with 19 other technology, and we found ours was the cheapest. However, I must be modest again, because we have to do it on a much larger scale. We have done it on a small scale, we have simulated the large scales. Yes, we can do that. So hydrogen demand will increase by 2050. This number is shown by 539 by Mkrcc, some say 830, whatever. But hydrogen demand will increase day by day. India wants to produce 5 million metric tons of hydrogen by 2030. Okay, Germany wants to have 10 million metric tons, and Germany says they want to import from India. So yes, this is a very interesting part. So by 2050, hydrogen will be accepted, because hydrogen driven cars will be a reality, not hydrogen going to fuel cell and then because the efficiency drops. So hydrogen driven cars, coaches, vans, trucks and whatnot, you require refueling stations. So infrastructure, in fact Government of India has appointed a committee, I am a member of that committee, to develop hydrogen infrastructure in India and what should be done. Okay, so hydrogen is it is safer than fossil fuels, and although no fuel is 100% safe, hydrogen is shown to be safer than petrol and diesel. and it is 14 times lighter than air, so it dissipates very fast in the atmosphere. And we now have very, very precise sensors available. So, and about a month ago, the first hydrogen energy car was, introduced in the market. It takes only 5 seconds to refill, and it can go up to 15,000 kilometers. So, what it means is that, I will go towards the end. Each work has to pass through 3 stages: ridicule, opposition, then the acceptance. So hydrogen will be accepted in future as the savior of the world. So ladies and gentlemen, so then we can talk about green economy, bioeconomy, circular economy, all these words fall in place. Okay, that is what will lead to sustainability. So once again, closing remark, green hydrogen will be the savior of the world. Carbon dioxide will not be a liability, will be a very good source of chemicals and materials. Sustainability through waste minimization. And so our process is one of the processes which we think will have a great future. With this, I conclude my lecture. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes.
Otherwise, I am shouting. No, wait. So, hello. So it was a scintillating lecture, Professor Yadav, and it is mesmerizing, really. But I want to know, the copper chlorine cycle that you have been doing, have you entered into a pilot plant stage?
Yeah. We are now doing it in Goa, in the ONGC property. ONGC are my partners for last, 16 years.
How long you foresee that it will come to the market?
So within next 2 years, that is the target given to us.
Okay. So
within next 2 years, yes. But there are a lot of companies which are interested in all these technologies.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you for your very nice talk. I have a question, not totally science, but with kind of, what do you think of the subsidies in our country affecting the research in this area?
Subsidy?
Yes, sir.
No, actually, no. Government of India has got a hydrogen mission. And if you know, last year our Prime Minister announced it on the, but hydrogen mission has been there since 2001. But hardly anybody paid attention to that. But now, because of this global warming and the Paris Accord and all, government has to pay, because we are a signatory to that. And we are the largest or the most populated country, and so we have to take steps. So yes, but government has to give subsidy in order to bring this technology, and government is trying to do that. Yeah.
That affects a lot.
Yeah.
There will be no further question. Then, thank you, Professor Yadav. Let me summarize the salient points raised by Professor Yadav. These are the green hydrogen as the savior for achieving the net zero goal and sustainability, carbon dioxide refinery, biomass valorization. Net zero carbon dioxide is the main goal. Carbon dioxide to using as new oil, the waste plastic recyclation, circular economy and recycling engineering, the important role of World Meteorological Organization, decarbonization sector and use of solar panel, wind turbines, global treatment and disposal waste percentage, use of different types of hydrogens like green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen, white hydrogen, and their uses, production of hydrogen from different biomasses, synthesis and application of green ammonia, and the 111 principle, 111 target for technology 2031. Now we will felicitate Professor Yadav.
Thank you, Professor Yadav. We are running a little behind schedule, so there's a slight change in the order of the agenda. We will now felicitate the members of the advisory body, a few of whom are present here. Dr. Priyambada Mahanti Hejmadi, Professor Dr. Damodar Acharya, Professor Satyakam Mishra, Justice M.M. Das, Dr. Priyambada Mahanti Hejmadi will please come to the dais. Sir, तोड़ो कीजिए. Thank you, Madam. Professor Dr. Damodar Acharya. Thank you, Justice Sri Madan Mohan Das. Thank you. Professor Satyakam Mishra. We'll now felicitate the family members of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut. Professor S.P. Raut. Charita.
ঠিক আছে তাহলে কি কি আনিছি স্যার আউটা ইয়ে করবেন ইন্ট্রোডিউস ইয়ে করবেন We have gathered here to celebrate the birth centenary of my illustrious father, Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut. I am Professor Mkrcc Raut, son of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, who was a great inspiration for me. By his sheer hard work and perseverance, he could surpass all his shortcomings and hurdles in life to achieve his goals. Following his footsteps, I chose teaching and research as my career. My father was happy to see me as a Fulbright scholar to USA and Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellow to UK. My father was a many-sided personality, a brilliant academician, come scientist, a great organizer and administrator. Above all, he was an indefatigable worker in the field of education and research. He was a true karma yogi. I am greatly indebted to Odisha Chemical Society and Revansa Chemistry Alumni Association, who have managed to celebrate my father's birth centenary in a grand manner. I thank everyone who has worked hard to make the function a huge success, especially Professor Prabhat Kumar Misra, Dr. Chittaranjan Misra, Professor Sasadhara Sammal, and Professor Ajay Kumar Bhatnaik, and Professor Rupasri Ragini Das. I thank all donors who have contributed their hard-earned money for this celebration only because of their love and respect for my father. Without this huge monetary support, nothing could have been possible. On my part, I have started this process long back by publishing a book on life of my father, Life of a Karma Yogi, in 2016, and a revised version in 2021, from which great input was available for publishing the souvenir Mahendrayan. I have also provided the rare photographs and various personal documents of my father, which I had preserved for so long. I also thank from the core of my heart the two eminent scientists who are present here, who will pay as chief guest and chief speaker in the August gathering, all the guests, members of the OCS, members of the Revansa Chemistry Alumni Association, and my dear students of Revansa University present here, who have made this occasion a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you. We would also like to make special mention of 4 personalities who served the legend: Sri Bimbadhar Mandoi, Sri Rabindra Kumar Baliyar Singh, Sri Dasarathi Mahapatra, and Sri Abhay Charan Nath. आमे एई 4 जन को जो माने महेंद्र कुमार राउत कर सेवा रे थिले सेमानकर अवदान पाई कृतज्ञता जनाउछु। श्री बिंबाधर मंडोई, श्री रविंद्र कुमार बलियार सिंह, श्री दासरथी महापात्र, श्री अभय चरण नाथ। Professor Raut also served several institutions. We would like to invite the Vice Chancellor of Kalikot University, Professor Mahanti is here. We would like to felicitate Professor Mahanti. Also the representatives of the State Pollution Control Board. the representative of the State Pollution Control Board, who is also one of our sponsors.
Hello, I am Sri Vishwanath Shetty, Assistant Environment Scientist from Regional Office, State Pollution Control Board. On behalf of Member Secretary of State Pollution Control Board, I ग्रहण करुच्ची तो समस्त मो स्टेट पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड रु समस्त धन्यवाद भी जनाऊँ.
We would now like to felicitate the members of the editorial board of Mahindra Ayano.
GM College, GM University, representative of GM University.
ଆପଣ ନେଇକି ଯାଇକି ନେଇ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ରେଭେନ୍ସା ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରୁ ରେଭେନ୍ସା ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରୁ ବି
ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଆଣ ତାପରେ ରେଭେନ୍ସା ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି
ସେ ଏଇଠି ସଲ୍ଭ କରିଥିଲେ ନା ହଁ ଆପଣ ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ ଭାଇସ୍ ଚାନ୍ସେଲରଙ୍କ ବିହାଫରେ ନେଇ ଆସିବେ. The representatives from GM University and Ravenshaw University, where Professor Raut served.
Thank you. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, GM University, I received the felicitation. I thank the organizer, sir, for felicitating the Vice Chancellor of GM University. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, representative of Utkal University, Vice Chancellor Utkal University.
Yeah.
Professor Bajanaran Patra, Nigam Sir, Professor Nigamananda Das, CDC Utkal University. Director CDC, sorry. BC's representative. University of Michigan.
Good afternoon to one and all present over here. Thank you for this felicitation to Utkal University. Utkal University, where he served, I think, 80 to 83. And when I joined in the Department of Chemistry as a student of MSc, I have seen him quite a few times in our department. So thank you, the organizer, for this nice felicitation. Thanks.
Ravenshaw University Vice Chancellor is to receive. It is desire of Professor Mishra that he will come and receive. So, take phone kariye sir, or Siddhartha can receive only here. No, receive karo. The next event is honoring the members of the editorial board. May I request the editor-in-chief, Professor Chittaranjan Mishra, Dr. Nishikanta Karo, Madam Subhashini Madam, Kodagale. So there were actually 5 members of the editorial board. Dr. Rajendra Narayana Das, so he is in Germany, and he is the editor-in-chief. Dr. Rajendra Narayana Das was the editorial advisor, and we are, and Dr. Nishikanta Kaur, Professor Subhashin Lenka, and of course I am also there. So
Felicitation, sir. Kindly bring the. ସେଠି ସାର୍ କାହିଁ ବତେଇଲା କୋଉଟା ସାର୍
आपन पाखरे आपन बैग रे भितर देखि गोटे बहुत मोटा बहीटे पशिची से बहीटी आम समस्तकर जुग्म उद्यम रे सार आशीर्वाद रे सफल रूपायन नहीं नवेम्बर मास डिसेम्बर मास 2 मास प्राक्टिकली सबुदिन मु 24 घंटा प्रेस रे थाए सार जिते मतलब खोजे कौटी अच्छे घर ना प्रेस रे अच्छी ता सत्य बंध किसी मिस्टेक्स रही जाइए मो आखि की आसी जिते बड़े आसला मो आखि से समय अलरेडी प्रिंट की चली जाइए तेणु ह्वाट एवर मिस्टेक्स इज देयर आई एक्सेप्ट ए मिस्टेक सारा मुझे शिखई सब आम मिस्टेकटा को ग्रहण कले ही पर समय रेक्टिफाई हो पारू आउ मिस्टेकटा परवर्त समय आसी नजर को से क्षमा मागि नौची जहाँ किसी भूल भटका रही किंतु आई हैव ट्राएड माय बेस्ट जिते दूर मो एनर्जी शक्ति पैसा जहाँ किसी खर्च कर सब किसी देती आपण आशा करुच्ची आप ग्रहण करेंगे और जहाँ किसी भूल भटका अच्छी क्षमा करदे नमस्कार।
Thank you. We will now honor the past presidents and secretaries of the Mkrcc, of the Odisha Chemical Society. Past presidents and secretaries of the Odisha Chemical Society. Year wise, please.
समस्त जेति थिबे सब से ना ईयर वाइज आछे ना अछि को की को मैडम ईयर वाइज यार ना दाम पड़ो मते जन अरे कोन ईयर वाइज The presidents and secretaries of the respective years will move in a team. So all the presidents, they know their respective secretaries, and each team will move. So when I was secretary, president was Professor Balaram Sahu and president was Professor Prabhat Mishra. So I have chosen my president and secretary.
आपण सा केबे थिले को वर्ष
1990
चलो
मैडम टे बहीटा देल दिके दियन तुमको डाकी दिस ठीक है
Presidents and secretary. Members of the Mkrcc.
Sir, Ashutosh sir asnandi apna present no. All presidents and secretaries present here are requested to come to the dais. All past president and secretaries. ଆସିଗଲାଣି ତ ସାର୍ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ ଆସିନାହାନ୍ତି ବୋଧେ କିଏ ସବୁ ତ ପ୍ରେସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ ମୁଁ ବା ସାର୍ ପ୍ରେସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ମୁଁ ସାର୍ ପ୍ରେସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ପା ସଜଦ ସାର୍ ନିଜେ और 5 सेक्रेटरीज ये थे सुधांत साहब थे ना आपण बा सेक्रेटरी
खाली खाली कहतु नाटा को इयर प्रेसिडेंट पर कह से लिस्ट 1997 मन पड़ आपण सर 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 दरकार प्रोफेसर बलराम साहू 93 he was the president when I was the secretary. The next president was
તમે પીલે દઈ દો
Professor A.C. Das and Professor Ajay Kumar Behra was the secretary, and it was Silver Jubilee. 2011 in Sambalpur University. Yes. Ajay. Professor B.K. Mishra. हाँ से 2015 प्रेसिडेंट आगुरी सेक्रेटरी थे प्राय जे प्रेसिडेंट एवं सब सेक्रेटरी थे प्रोफेसर अजय पटनायक 2019 मसीहार प्रेसिडेंट से सेक्रेटरी ना एंड प्रोफेसर शरद चंद्र दास सेक्रेटरी थिले एवं प्रेसिडेंट भी होइचंत पहला डबल क्वालिफिकेशन ये ता वाइफ सर जी आछन से आमर स्टेज रे फाइनल President of 2018, Secretary for Dr. Samantrai. He was president in 2020, 22.
Professor Surendranath Mohanty, President 2022. Prabhat Kumar Swai, Secretary 2018 during Ashutosh Samantray sir and Ajay Patnaik sir.
Priyaranjan Mahapatra, Secretary of President, who is now the Secretary of another two President.
ମୁଁ 2014 ଥିଲି ପ୍ରେସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ମୋ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ କୁଆଡ଼େ ଗଲେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ସ୍ୱାଇଁ ଆଚ୍ଛା
सर पैनल पर लगी
ସମସ୍ତେ ଟିକେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଅସର କଲ୍ କର ଟିକେ ଦେବେ ଟିକେ ପଛକୁ ପଳେଇବେ ଟିକେ ପଛକୁ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସାର୍ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ
Professor Balram Sahu will speak for a minute.
ମୁଁ ସମସ୍ତ ମାନନୀୟ ଓଡ଼ିଶା କେମିକାଲ ସୋସାଇଟିର ସମସ୍ତ ସଭାପତିଙ୍କ ତରଫରୁ ପଦେ କହୁଛି ଆମର ଶାଶ୍ୱତ ଧର୍ମ ଦୃଷ୍ଟିରୁ ପିତା ମାତା ଗୁରୁଙ୍କୁ ଭଗବାନଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ତୁଳନା କରାଯାଇଥାଏ। ଭଗବାନ ସବୁ ସମୟରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ଯଦିଓ ଆମର ପୂଜ୍ୟ ଗୁରୁଦେବ ପ୍ରଫେସର ମହେନ୍ଦ୍ର କୁମାର ରାଉତ ଦୈହିକ ଭାବରେ ଆମ ପାଖେ ନାହାନ୍ତି, ତାଙ୍କର ଆତ୍ମା ଆମ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ସବୁ ସମୟରେ ବିଦ୍ୟମାନ।
Before we break for the lunch, we have one more person, family to be felicitated. The family members of Professor Jivanananda Kara is here. Actually, we have a felicitation event to the PhDs or research scholars or research associates of Professor Rao after the lunch, but probably it will be better if we can felicitate the family of Dr. Jivanananda Kara. Any member of the, yes.
Hello.
So we shall be felicitating all the institutional heads, the department heads where the Mkrcc events were held, but that will be done after the lunch break, after the movie, in a different schedule.
Thank you. We now break for lunch. Guests are requested to leave through the door to their right. Students will leave through the back door.
विधि प्रणिपातेन प्रणिप्रश्नेन ज्ञानिनं तत्त्वदर्शिनः
মোবাইল করা আছে সেইটার কেবল আছে সেইটার কেবল এই কাজ বসে কটা সুইটিটা তো সেই টাইপের কেবলটা তো
ଉଠିଗଲେ ନା ଭାଇ ଏ ପିଲା ଖେଳରେ ପଶିପାରିବେ ନା ଖାଇସାରିଲା ପରେ আর তু শুনো ତା ପୁଅ ଜନ୍ମ ହେଲା ବେଳେ କଟକରେ ଆଉ କଟକ ତାଙ୍କର ବନ୍ଧୁ ଘରକୁ ଯିବା ଇଏ କରିବା ସେ କରିବା କ'ଣ ସବୁ ଯାଇଛି। ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ମଲା ପରେ ମୁଁ ଆଉ ତା ପୁଅଟାକୁ ଜାଣି ଶିଖେଇଦେଲି ବୋଲି ଯାତ୍ରା ବି ତାକୁ ଶିଖେଇଦେଲି। ଶିଖେଇଲା ପରେ ମୋତେ ଜାଣି ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ ମଲା ଯିବ ଆଜି ଭୋଜି ଖାଇକି ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ଏଣ୍ଟ୍ରି ଆମ ସେ ଶୀଘ୍ର ଆସିବ ଡେରି କରିବେ ପଚାରା ତାକୁ ପଚାରିବେ କେତେ ନା ଡେରି ହେବ ଖାଇବା ଏଇ ପକେଇବନି
କ୍ୟାମେରା ଏଇଠି ଆଣି ଚାର୍ଜ ବସ କ୍ୟାମେରା ଖୋଲିକି
କରିବା ତ
ସେଣ୍ଟ ଖୋଲିକି ଆଣି ଏଇଠି ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡ ବାଇ ଥାଉ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡ ବାଇ ହେଲେ ତ ଚଳିବ
ହଁ ଚାଲିବ ତ ଯୋଉଠି ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟଟା ଦେଖିବା
ନା ଆଉ ଚାର୍ଜ କେତେବେଳେ ହେବ ଗ୍ରାଉଣ୍ଡ କଲେ ସେମିତି ଚାର୍ଜ ହେବ
ମୁଁ ଆଉ ଜାଣିଛି ତୁ ତାର କନେକ୍ଟରଟା ଆଣିନଥିଲୁ କି କେଉଁଠୁ ନା ଖାଇନି ବା ସେଠି କାହିଁ ରଖିବେ ଏଇଠି ତ ରଖିଲେ ଟିକେ ଆଉ ହଲଚଲ କରିବେ ନା ଏବେ ତ ସେ ସାଇଡ୍ ଦେଇକି ଯିବେ ଆଉ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ ବନ୍ଦ କଲେ ହଁ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମ ବନ୍ଦ କରିବି ତ ହଁ
ଖାଇଲୁ ନା
କାଲି ହେଇଥାନ୍ତା ଟିକେ ମେମୋରିଆଲ ଲେକ୍ଚର ଦେବେ ସେ ଫ୍ଲାଇଟ୍ରେ ଆସିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇନା ହେବ
କାହାର ଘରକେ କେନ୍ ନା ନା
ଲଞ୍ଚ ବ୍ରେକ୍ ପରେ ମୁଭି
ଏ ଝୁନି ତ ଯାଇଛି ତାର ପଳାଲା ପରେ ଓ ତାର ଟିକେ ତା ଘରେ ଅଛୁ ଆଚ୍ଛା ତୋ ଗାଡ଼ି 5 5:30 ओ क्या करना नमस्कार हाँ चंगू अच्छा चंगू चंगू पहले ही गला
ଅନିତା ଜିମା ଅଛି ମୁଁ
ଅନିତା ଦେଖିଲି ନା
ଟିକେ ଆସୁ ଖାଇସାରିଲେ ଟିକେ ରେଷ୍ଟ
ଟିକେ ରହ ଟିକେ ରହି ସକେ କୁଆଡ଼େ ଯାଉ କାଇଁ ଯାଉଛ
ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ମନ୍ଦିର ଟିକେ ଦେଖିବା ମୁଁ ଚଣ୍ଡୀ ମନ୍ଦିର
और बैग चेक
इधर जिमा पर ये अपन बस
जब आयुष सोचा 5-6 आएगा
ये अच्छा
अंदाज से और बैग कर सकते बताओ
ए मंजू
हाँ ठीक है
मंजू नहीं है
हैं
आ जा बस
हैं हाँ उठा यार क्यों निकाल तो तुम्हें थिया तो अनिता
अंत किया पर अंत किया याद है ये अच्छे जे एक बड़ फोटो तरुण तरुण सरलान फैशन
नहीं हमारे 5-6 बाजवा
ये राजाराम
अरे आगुन टी आश्रय भवता और फोटो उठे फोटो उठे
सेल्फी कर दियो
थैंक यू फोटो पटा जाओ ना
ये
अरे मोर नंबर की पटा जाओ 9437224570 9437224570 अरे पटे दियो अब तो बहुत अच्छा बढ़िया तुम्हें नहीं आसा ना कल कहीं उनका
ठीक नहीं है तो चंडी मंदिर
बाहर भी होता काल का आओ देखा नहीं आज मशीन में आसने में और जाके दल पुत्र होगा
सर
नमस्कार
सुविधा बढ़िया से
मत पटे दियो वो नंबर तो लास्ट केमिस्ट्री कॉन्फ्रेंस
मार्च 3 कोई बोलते हैं
तो मार्च 1 में
लैपटॉप रे जाय करियो मो तो कॉपी तुम कैमरा देखियो दरकार कैमरा
टाइमिंग एडजस्ट
ଦୁଇଟା କ୍ୟାମେରା
Hello, hello. यार जो प्रोग्राम তিনটা যাইলাম After lunch break, we will start our next session at 3 p.m. So the next session, we will have a movie, documentary on Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, his life, and different dignitaries telling about their association with Professor Raut. And then we have an address by Professor Swaminathan Sivaram, Sustainability and Circularity, Imperatives for Chemistry. Then we will have a talk by Professor Jyotirmoy Das, Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science. It will be regarding bioorthogonal synthesis of anti-cancer agents targeting DNA secondary structures. It will be chaired by Professor Balaram Sahu, retired Professor of Chemistry, IIT Kharagpur. Then the next talk at 4:45 will be by Dr. Jyotirmoy Mohanty, Radiation and Photochemistry Division, BARC, Mumbai. This will be on microcyclic host-based supramolecular assemblies, applications in catalysis, aqueous dye lasers, sensing, and drug delivery. This will be chaired by Dr. Pranabandhu Tripathi. And this is the whole program of our next session. We will start soon at sharp at 3 p.m. with the movie on Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut.
hello, hello.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. আমি ମହେନ୍ଦ୍ର ରାଉତଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ମୁଁ ତ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ନୁହେଁ କିନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ବହି ପଢ଼ିକି ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ଫିଲ୍ମ ତିଆରି କରିଛୁ OCS ତରଫରୁ ସେଥିରେ ତାଙ୍କର ଜନ୍ମରୁ ମୃତ୍ୟୁ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ପ୍ଲସ୍ ଯେତେ ଆକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ସେ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଯେଉଁଠି ଯେଉଁଠି ସେ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ କରିଛନ୍ତି ସବୁଗୁଡ଼ା ତା ଦେହରେ ରିଫ୍ଲେକ୍ଟ କରାଯାଇଛି ତା ଛଡ଼ା ଯେଉଁମାନେ ତାଙ୍କ ସହିତ ଆସୋସିଏସନ୍ ତାଙ୍କର ମଧ୍ୟ ବାଇଟ୍ଟା ତା ଦେହରେ ରଖାଯାଇଛି ଆପଣ ତା ଉପରେ କହିବା ଏତେ ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ କିନ୍ତୁ ସିନେମାଟା ଦେଖିଲେ ଆପଣ ଜାଣିବେ ଧୈର୍ଯ୍ୟ ସହିତ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ 30 ମିନିଟ୍ ସିନେମା ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ
A documentary movie has been made on the life of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, and different dignitaries have told about their association in this movie. Hope you will enjoy this movie. We are going to start this movie soon. And the script is written by Professor Ajay Kumar Patnaik, and it is directed and edited by Pavel Priyadarshan, and hope you will enjoy this movie. This will give a glimpse about the life of the visionary Professor Raut. So I request the team to start the movie soon.
Has been overwhelming. As the Secretary of Mahendra Kumar Raut Birth Centenary Celebration, I am really grateful to all of you for kindly sharing your feelings with us.
Was born in Kachuri Bazaar.
यूनिवर्सिटी स्पोर्ट्स चलता है पड़िया से गोटे गंडगोल
of a lifetime. And I am really thrilled that the response to this celebration has been overwhelming. As the Secretary of Mahendra Kumar Raut birth centenary celebration, I am really grateful to all of you for kindly sharing your feelings with us.
4th January 1924, Professor Mahendra Raut was born in Kachari Bazar, Naripur, Bhadrak town. He was the youngest son of well-known advocate of Bhadrak, Lakshmidhar Raut, and mother Suryamani Devi. He passed his matriculate examination in 1938 with first class from Bhadrak High School. He did his ISc in 1940 and BSc from Revancha College in 1942, which was affiliated with Patna University at that time. He completed his MSc in 1944 from Patna University. Soon after passing MSc, he joined in Revancha College as a lecturer in chemistry.
सार को मो पिला दिन जानी मो स्कूल ले पढ़ला बेले से तो कॉलेज ले चाकरी करुले से कॉलेज पढ़िया जाए जाती और मोर तांका संगे सब बेले देखा हुए तांको पाखरे एमएससी थीसिस करथिली तापर तांको पाखरे पीएचडी करिवार मध्य सौभाग्य मोर हेइछला से गोटे अद्भुत मनीष पिलांको लोकमानको सहाय्य करिवारे एवं तांको पाखरे तांको दुर्दिन रे ठिया हुआ गोटे तांकर नीतिदिनिया कार्य प्रोफेसर महेंद्र कुमार राउत निजे गोटे मनीष नथिले से गोटे अनुष्ठान थिले एवं रेवेन्सार केमिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट को गढ़ी तोड़िबारे तांकर अनेक अवदान थिला सार अर्थात प्रोफेसर महेंद्र कुमार राउत जने अनन्य अद्भुत मनुष्य से डिपार्टमेंट रे एवं केमिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट रे समस्त को एपरी भाव शिखई देइछन्ति जे तांकर शतवार्षिक पालन करिबारे आमे एते आनंद एवं गर्वित अनुभव करछु।
Professor Balabhadra Prasad, a renowned physical chemist of India, was the head of the department and principal was Dr. Pranakrishna Parisha, an eminent scientist of India. He was inspired by his principal and HOD chemistry for doing research. In April 1945, he was selected to go abroad for his doctoral program. Unfortunately, he could not go because of his health did not permit by medical board. In 1949, he registered for PhD in chemistry in Utkal University under supervision of Professor S.S. Guha Sarkar, an eminent scientist and professor of chemistry in Revancha College. His PhD thesis was entitled Synthesis and Pharmacological Studies of Organomercury Chemistry. He was awarded PhD degree in chemistry from Utkal University in 1952. Dr. Raut and Dr. Sukumar Aditya were the first two PhD among the Faculty of Science, Utkal University. After obtaining his PhD degree, Dr. Raut initiated a new area of research on thiozoles. H.K. Pujari and G.N. Mahapatra of Revancha College were his first two students who worked on thiazole. Subsequently, Dr. Raut carried out postdoctoral research on synthesis and spectroscopic studies on photographic sensitizing dyes. This area has been extensively explored subsequently by several of his research scholars.
My association with Professor Raut started in 1966 to 68 as an honors student in the chemistry department at Revancha College. Subsequently, I became a friend to him. Professor Raut possessed a rare gift, that is the ability to inspire and lead. He was a scientific research leader of unparalleled vision and unwavering dedication at that time. When funding for the research was meager and encouragement was rare, he left behind a legacy that has shaped the landscape of the chemistry research in Odisha. Professor Raut believed in the potential of every individual, nurturing the talent and nurturing the dream. And countless researchers owe their success to his support, sage guidance and heartful encouragement. It was personal loss when he left this world. Thank you.
नमस्कार मु डॉक्टर राउत को 1961 बैच रो स्टूडेंट यूनिवर्सिटी स्पोर्ट्स चलते आप पढ़िया रे सेतबा गोटे गंडगोल आरंभ हो गला मेडिकल कॉलेज टीम सहित आम कॉलेज रो सहित से माने रेडी प्रस्तुत होकर आस्ते बाड़िया बेटा करिया पे आम चुपचाप बस किसी कर्तव्य मोड़ा ही बसलु हठात सार ताकर जो विजिटर्स गैलरी थिला से जो बाहर एते कहले रेवेन्यू लोक टीचर बन तो कोन करूछ तो पिला माने माड़ सब तुम कोन करूछ आस दलु आस समस्त बाहर आसी सार को लीडरशिप एबे भी मन पड़े एते साहस सहित से गुडा फेस करू जोटा आप प्रचुर भाव रे एवं करेज देछि साहस देछि अन्य काम रे आगे जिया समस्त काम रे आगे आसे सर आपण को शतकोटी प्रणाम मु कृतज्ञ जे महेंद्र कुमार राउत सेंटरी सेलिब्रेशन कमिटी मते कथा कहया पे सुयोग दैथिबा थैंक यू
Sir, how much we all wish that you are here amidst us to celebrate your 100th birthday at the Odisha Chemical Society platform, which is your brainchild. But sir, be assured that you are fully alive in all our thoughts and feelings and continue to guide us as the becoming star in the sky. I consider myself fortunate and blessed to have you as my research guide and shall forever remember and cherish my long association with you and your family members who are so compassionate. We hope that we all at the Odisha Chemical Society will continue to receive your blessings and guidance.
बहु स्वनामधन्य प्रोफेसर माने ये विभाग रे कार्य करी विभाग को यशस्वी करिसेंती एवं ता मध्यरु अन्यतम होछंती प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर महेंद्र कुमार राउत मोर पूज्य गुरु मोर नमस्कार ए लिविंग लेजेंड कर जो जन्म शतवार्षिक उत्सव आज हम पालन करे जाउछु महासमारोह रे पालन करे जाउछु सेति में रेवेन्सा विश्वविद्यालय रसायन विज्ञान विभाग ओडिशा केमिकल सोसाइटी प्रोफेसर महेंद्र कुमार राउत बात सेंटर सेलिब्रेशन कमिटी समस्त मिली मिसी समस्त हाथ हाथ मिली गोटे महान उत्सव आपन को भेटी देबा जाउछु तांकर आशीर्वाद हम समस्त को रही थाउ रसायन विज्ञान गवेषणा क्षेत्र रे रेवेन्सा कॉलेज रसायन विज्ञान विभाग आउरी आगु का उठू नुआ नुआ कीर्तिस्तंभ स्थापना करू यशस्वी हो ई शुभकामना नै आजिर अवसर रे मु विदाय दउछि
I feel myself proud to be a student of Professor M.K. Raut. He was an inspirational figure for me who has impact not only for years but throughout my lifetime. His methods of teaching chemistry is transmitted from generation to generation through his students. In Professor Raut, we see a picture of complete life. There is love, tenderness, tenacity, knowledge, discipline, patience, punctuality, generosity, compassion, and courage. When a person who has all these qualities, he is able to accept any situation in life and awaken goodness in other people. On his birth centenary, I express my heartfelt gratitude and respect to my esteemed teacher and seek his blessings.
हाय मु सुधांशु त्रिपाठी पूर्वतन अध्यापक ए रेवेन्सा केमिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट मु
प्रोफेसर महेंद्र राउतंकर डायरेक्ट छात्र थी 6 वर्ष आईएससी रु एमएससी पर्यंत से टीचर हिसाब रे एते भल थिले रिसर्चर हिसाब रे एते भल थिले सेटा मु कहूनी मु कहूची तांकर जो मेमोरी थिला थरे थरे आमे आईएससी बेले खसिकरी आमे 2 जण पिला जाउथु एते गैलरी रे से पढ़ांती 128 128 256 पिला को पढ़ांती पढ़िला बेलू थरे आमे बहुत लेट हो गला टिके लेट रे आउ जागा मिललानी आमे खसिकरी जाउथु प्रोफेसर राउ तांकर जो प्रिंसिपल से थिले तांको कैबिन रु से आसुथिले आमको बाटरे देखिले से गर्ल्स कॉमन रूम पाखरे सी 256 पिला रु सेते बेले केमिति चिनिले माडी बसिले धटकिनी हो ए को कुआड जाउछो सो आम मुदम झलक खसी गला सांगे सांग से धरी 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 आनिले क्लास रे अटेंड कलु सॉरी मागिलु तापर परवर्ती काल रे से केमिस्ट्री नेलु तांकरी पई केमिस्ट्री ऑनर्स नेलु केमिस्ट्री पीजी कलु एवं से हमकु तांको पाखरे रिसर्च रे जॉइन कली परवर्ती काल रे से डीपीआई वाइस चांसलर हेकी चली गले देह खराब हो गला तेणु मु तांको पाखरे आउ सौभाग्य पाइलेनी पीएचडी पाइबा पई बट आई एम फॉर मी ही इज माय गॉडफादर एवं मु मो पई से जति करिसंती मु तांको ऋण ए जन्म रे सुझी परिबिनी सो तांकर 100 वर्ष रे मु तांकर आत्मार सद्गति पई मु प्रार्थना करछि भगवान को पाखरे
In 1949, Mahendra Raut married to Savitri Senapati, who was a lecturer in Sanskrit at Revansha College. Savitri Senapati was the daughter of Adhiraj Mohan Senapati, who was a family member of Fakir Mohan Senapati, the great icon of Odia literature. At that time, Raut was staying in his parental house at Pilgrim Road, College Square, Cuttack.
I am Professor Mkrcc Raut, son of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, who left for his heavenly abode more than 3 decades ago after a brief illness. He was a true karma yogi. Work was always worship to him. He was a very affectionate man. He loved his students, including students of all disciplines, arts, science and commerce, his family and members of his extended family, and helped them in all possible ways. I will always remember him as the doting grandfather who was very attached to my son and enjoyed spending time with him. I pray to Lord Jagannath to bless us all, his students and admirers who were united to celebrate his 100th birthday. Vande Utkala Janani.
ସବୁଥିରେ ସିଏ ନିଜର ବାପା ଭଳିଆ ମାନେ କେବଳ ମୋର ନୁହେଁ ଅନ୍ୟ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ଇଏରୁ ଅନେକ ଲୋକଙ୍କ ମୁହଁରୁ ମୁଁ ଶୁଣିଛି ଏମିତିକି ସଞ୍ଜୟ ପଣ୍ଡା ବୋଲି ଜଣେ ସିଏ ବି ଆଇଏଏସ୍ ଅଫିସର ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସିଏ ସେତେବେଳେ ତାଙ୍କର ବାପା ଚାଲି ଯାଇଥିଲେ ସିଏ ବହୁତ ପଇସାର ଅଭାବରେ ଥିଲେ ସାର୍ ତାକୁ ବି ପଇସା ଦେଇକି ତାପରେ ଲାବୋରେଟୋରୀ ଆସିଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ କରିକି ରଖିଲେ ସେଇ ପଇସା ଯେଉଁ ଆମେ ପାଇଲୁ ସେଇ ପଇସାରେ ସିଏ ବି ପିଜି କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟ୍ କରିଦେଲା ଅନର୍ସରେ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ପିଜିରେ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ହେଲା ଏବଂ ଅବଶେଷରେ ସିଏ ଆଇଏଏସ୍ ଅଫିସର ହେଲା ଏମିତି ସାର୍ଙ୍କର କଥା କହିଲେ ସରିବନି ବହୁତ ସମୟ ଲାଗିବ ଏଠି ରହୁଛି
Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut was my direct teacher. I still remember his classes very vividly. He was a great academician, a great professional person. One thing has fascinated me that he found out, he invented one dye that was infrared sensitive, and after that dye was invented, underwater photography was possible. This dye was taken by Eastman Kodak. I would always remember him as my best teacher.
আজি ସାର୍ଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ କିଛି କହିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ମୁଁ ସାର୍ ବୋଲି କହିଲି ଏଇଥିପାଇଁ ସେତେବେଳେ ସମସ୍ତେ ସାର୍ କହିବା ମାନେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଡକ୍ଟର ମହେନ୍ଦ୍ର କୁମାର ରାଉତଙ୍କୁ ବୁଝାଉଥିଲା ଗୋଟିଏ କଥା କହିବି ତାଙ୍କର ଅଧ୍ୟୟନ ବିଷୟରେ ସେ ଏତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭାବରେ ପଢ଼ାନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ମୋର 80 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲାଣି ମୁଁ ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଭୁଲିନି ତାଙ୍କ ପାଠପଢ଼ା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ନାଁ ସେ ଜାଣିଥାନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ବାପା ମା ମାନଙ୍କର ନାଁ ବି ଅଧିକାଂଶଙ୍କର ସେ ଜାଣିଥାନ୍ତି ତେଣୁ ପିଲାର ସାର୍ ସହିତ ସେ ସଂସ୍କୃତ ଥାନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ବି ତାଙ୍କ ସହିତ ବହୁତ ଶସ୍ତ୍ର ଥିଲି। ମୁଁ ଆଜି ଯାହା ଯୋଉଠି ଯେମିତି ଭାବରେ ଛିଡ଼ା ହେଇପାରିଛି କେବଳ ଡକ୍ଟର ମହେନ୍ଦ୍ର କୁମାର ରାଉତଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ। ତେଣୁ ମୋର ଡକ୍ଟର ମହେନ୍ଦ୍ର କୁମାର ରାଉତଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍ୟ ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ପ୍ରଣାମ ଜଣାଉଛି।
After a few years, he shifted to Revancha campus, staying in professor quarter. In 1955, Dr. Raut was promoted to post a reader in chemistry. In 1956, he went to USA as a visiting fellow on an international exchange program. There, he did his collaborative research with Professor Harold J. Canary of Brandeis University under supervision of Robert Woodward of Harvard University, who received Nobel Prize in Chemistry in the year 1965. Dr. Raut's research work was on the synthesis and structure elucidation of alkaloid and aspidospermine. He published 3 research papers in Journal of American Chemical Society. At that time, he was one of the first few persons in India who used NMR and radioactive techniques for structure determination.
I came in contact with Professor Raut in the year 1954 when I was a student of Ravensa College in BSc Honours, Chemistry Honours. He was an excellent teacher, very unparalleled. In those days, because of the Second World War, books were rare. So most of the subjects he taught were collection of materials from different sources. Yes. And they were coherently arranged and presented in the class. The figures were very clear, and Professor Raut writes with a very clear, good hand in the blackboard.
Sir, as you have a long professional career starting from Ravensa College to IIT Kharagpur, you are well associated with the Professor Raut. And what are the memorable experiences with the Professor Raut?
I have worked with him on many occasions related to academic matters in the university. Personally, always whenever he meets us, he never fails to inquire about our family, my children and others.
So, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମୁଁ ଡକ୍ଟର ରାଉତଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ କହିବାକୁ ଗଲେ ସିଏ ମୋର MSc ବେଳେ ତ ଯାହା ଶିକ୍ଷକ ଟିଚର ଥିଲେ, ତାପରେ ମୁଁ PhD ତାଙ୍କରି ଗାଇଡାନ୍ସରେ କରିଥିଲି ଏବଂ ସେତିକିବେଳେ ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କ ସହିତ ଯେଉଁ ଘନିଷ୍ଠତା ହେଇଥିଲା ସେଥିରେ ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମାନେ ସବୁ ଜୀବନ ସାରା ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ମନେ ରଖିବି ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କର ସ୍ନେହ ଶ୍ରଦ୍ଧା ମୁଁ ପାଇଛି। ଜୀବନ ସାରା ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ହେଇକି ରହିବି। ଯେ ମୋର ଯେତେବେଳେ PhD thesis ପ୍ରୁଫ୍ ରିଡ଼ିଂ ଚାଲିଥିଲା, ମୋତେ 4-5 ଦିନ ଲାଗିଥିଲା ପ୍ରୁଫ୍ ରିଡ୍ କରିବାକୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍ ତାକୁ 2-3 ଘଣ୍ଟା ଭିତରେ ପୁରା ତାକୁ କରେକ୍ସନ୍ କରିକି ଠିକ୍ ଠାକ୍ କରିଦେଲେ। 300 ପୃଷ୍ଠାର PhD thesis, ସେଇଟା ତାଙ୍କର ଏତେ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟଦକ୍ଷତା। ଆଉ ତା ଛଡ଼ା ତ ସମସ୍ତେ କହନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କର ସ୍ମରଣ ଶକ୍ତି, ସେ ସମସ୍ତେ କିଛି ଚିହ୍ନିକି ରଖିଥାନ୍ତି, ସବୁ କରିଥାନ୍ତି। ଆଉ ସିଏ ମୋତେ ବହୁତ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିଛନ୍ତି ମୋର MSc କ୍ୟାରିୟରରେ, ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ସବୁବେଳେ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଚିରଋଣୀ।
Soon after his return to India, Dr. Raut joined in his parent position as reader in chemistry in Revancha College, Cuttack, and he took steps to reorient the organic chemistry syllabus by introducing the new concepts of organic reaction mechanism. In 1959, he was awarded DSc in chemistry from Utkal University on the basis of outstanding work on drugs, synthetic dyes, and alkaloids. His research was highly commended by Sir Alexander Todd of Cambridge University, a Nobel laureate in chemistry, who was one of the examiners of his thesis. He was the first recipient of DSc degree in Faculty of Science from Utkal University. In recognition of his research achievements, the Higher Education Department of Government of Orissa created a special chair professor for him in Department of Chemistry. Dr. Raut assigned the charge of professor and head of the chemistry department in March 1961. Dr. Raut was awarded Cooper Memorial Medal of the Institute of Chemists in 1964 and 1966. In 1968, Dr. Raut joined as Principal Gangadhar Meher College, Sambalpur. In April 1969, he was deputed to visit universities and research institute in Russia as visiting fellow by Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. In 1970, he was deputed as Principal Kalikut College, Berhampur, to facilitate the taking over of the college by the Government of Orissa.
शिक्षकता ताकर गोटे पेशा थिला आ गवेषणा ताकर पेशा थिला संबलपुर कॉलेज रो जीएम कॉलेज रे जो प्रिंसिपल थिले से शनिवार रे आसंती कटक एवं संगे संग फिर ताकर रिसर्च लैबोरेटरी गवेषणा केंद्र को आसी फिर से कथाबार्ता करी ताकर समस्या समाधान करी फिर पुणी जानती संबलपुर बहुत परिश्रमी से सहृदय मनीष थिले बहुत लोक को साहाय्य करथिले बहुत मेधावी छात्र को साहाय्य करथिले जेकोसी डिपार्टमेंट हो मेधावी छात्र को से सागे साग अभिनंदन जनाउथिले एभली गोटे व्यक्तित्व पाई जो आमे आज बसिचु शतवार्षिक उत्सव पालन जन्म शतवार्षिक पालन कर पाई हेत पाई मु ओडिशा केमिकल सोसाइटी को धन्यवाद जनाउछि और कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करूछि धन्यवाद.
After a short period of 1 year in Berhampur, Professor Raut was appointed as principal of Revansha College. He continued there for 9 long years. During the period from November 1976 to February 1977, he took additional charge of DPI of Orissa. During April to June 1977, he was selected by UGC and Government of India to visit 100 universities and colleges in USA as a member of team of 6 educational administrators of the country. The Revansha College Centenary Commemorative Postage Stamp was released by Post and Telecommunication Department of Government of India on 24th December 1978 due to effect of Professor Raut. In 1st May 1980, Professor Raut joined as Director of Public Instructions, Orissa, and continued there for 6 months. On September 14th, 1980, Professor Raut joined as Vice Chancellor of Utkal University. During his 3 years tenure as Vice Chancellor, he implemented many development works like construction of women's hostel, construction of water tank, upgrading the boys hostel from 400 to 600 capacity, construction of open air theatre where annual convocation of Utkal University was held in 1981. Utkal University remembers Professor Raut as a dynamic Vice Chancellor who transformed the university to a learning and research. Despite of numerous administrative responsibilities, he was regularly attending to his research works. He used to work every day till 10 p.m. in the laboratory. 45 students were awarded PhD degree from Utkal University under his supervision. On September 13, 1983, Professor Raut relinquished the office of the Vice Chancellor. On 14 September 1983, he joined as former chairman of newly constructed Orissa State Pollution Control Board and continued there until April 1986.
1983 मसीह राज्य प्रदूषण नियंत्रण बोर्ड जहाँ स्टेट पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड बोली कहूँ सेटा गठन करा जायतिला एवं प्रोफेसर महेंद्र कुमार राउत तार फर्स्ट फाउंडर चेयरमैन हिसाब से जॉइन करथिले एवं 1985 मसीह रे सार एई पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड रो लैबोरेटरी को उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी रो रिकॉग्निशन अनेथिले रिसर्च लैबोरेटरी हिसाब रे एवं आमे सिटी रिसर्च आरंभ करथिलु बोर्ड रो फाउंडेशन डे जतबे सेप्टेम्बर 14 रे पालन करा जाय सेतबे मध्य प्रोफेसर एमके राउत मेमोरियल लेक्चर हुए अगणित संख्यक वैज्ञानिक आसी सेमानकर वक्तव्य प्रदान करथांती एवं एया होची ताकर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड प्रति अवदान एवं पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड प्रत्येक कर्मचारी ताको आज पर्यंत सम्मान दी आछंती धन्यवाद.
While he was in pollution board, he published 4 books entitled Control of Pollution in Industry in Odisha. In 4 volumes, Volume 1, Volume 2, 3 and 4, which are essential and gives valuable information for control of pollution by industries. By his effort, a new 6-storied building was constructed for State Pollution Board. On 17th February 1984, 60th birthday of Professor Raut was celebrated in Department of Chemistry, Ravencha University. Professor Raut was felicitated by his teachers, students and well-wishers. A souvenir was released on this occasion. The Indian Chemical Society published a special commemoration issue in honor of 60th birthday, which was a rare honor for a scientist. In 1985, he formed OCS, Orissa Chemical Society, and became the first president of OCS. He remained as the president OCS for consecutively 3 years, 1986, 1988 and 1989. After his tenure of Chairman Pollution Control Board, he appointed as Chairman of Banking Service Recruitment Board by Ministry of Banking and Finance, Government of India. He joined on 1st May 1986 and continued till 30th April 1989. After his retirement from Banking Service Recruitment Board in May 1989, he suddenly became ill. His illness could not be diagnosed at that time. Daughter of Professor Raut, Anuradha Patnaik, and son-in-law Dr. Deva Narayan Patnaik took him to USA for treatment, which was identified as neuron disease, but it was not cured. So he returned to India. Professor Raut breathed his last on 7th February 1990 at the age of 66 years. His long innings as a teacher, researcher, and administrator at last come to an end. On the 10th day of his death, Dr. Radhanath Ratha wrote a poem in honor of Professor Rao in the Samaj, Mohiyan Mohendranka Mahaprayana.
कांदना कांदना उपशम लभिछित महेन्द्र वेदना कांदना कांदना जेते दिन उभा थिबो से महेन्द्र गिरी सेते दिन देखुथिबु से महेन्द्र सिरी ସେ ଥିଲା ବିଜ୍ଞାନବିତ୍ ବୁଦ୍ଧିଜୀବୀ ଜ୍ଞାନୀ ଶିକ୍ଷକ ସାଧକ କର୍ମବୀର ଅଭିମାନୀ ତା ରୂପ ସୁନ୍ଦର ତାର ଗୁଣର ଗାରିମା ତା ସ୍ମୃତି ଦର୍ପଣେ ଦିଶେ ତାକୃତି ମହିମା ରଖି ଯାଇଛି ସେ ଯେଉଁ ଜ୍ଞାନର ଭଣ୍ଡାର ରଖି ଯାଇଛି ସେ ଯେଉଁ ଜ୍ଞାନର ଭଣ୍ଡାର ଜିଜ୍ଞାସୁ ଶିକ୍ଷାର୍ଥୀ ଯୁବ ସାଧକ ସମ୍ଭାର ରୂପେ ଥିବା ଯୁଗେ ଯୁଗେ ଅପ୍ରମିତ ତେଜେ ପ୍ରଜ୍ୱଳିତ ପ୍ରତିଭାତ ପ୍ରସ୍ଫୁଟିତ ସାଜେ ଚିରକାଳ ରହିଥିବ ମହେନ୍ଦ୍ର ପର୍ବତ ଚିରକାଳ ଶୋହୁଥିବ ମହେନ୍ଦ୍ର ରାଉତ
Now we will have the talk. Hope you all have enjoyed this movie, which is emotional as well as a glimpse of his life, and hope you all have gone through an era through the life of Professor Raut. So let us come back again to the technical session, and we will now have the address by Professor Swaminathan Sivaram, Sustainability and Circularity, Imperatives for Chemistry. So we are shortly going to start the talk.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity to
This is a very special occasion, and therefore I thought that I should be here once more to speak on this momentous occasion of celebrating the centenary of a great man whom we remember today. This video that we just saw, I think, summarizes in a way everything that great about this gentleman, but let me pay my own personal tributes to this person. I think this picture was very nice. I took it from the announcement that the organizers sent me. And I think we remember him today with fondness, respect and humility. I think that's what I say. And And I think much of what is written here has been spoken, therefore I will not speak about it. But let me point out this one, because this is to me a very important element of who we are. And to me, whenever I see a great man, I like to learn lessons from them. A teacher par excellence, a pioneering scientist who ventured into new fields of exploration. He was not confined to one discipline in his own life. He explored multiple areas. In fact, it's amazing the range of subjects that he explored in his research over his long years in this part of the country. An outstanding administrator, and I think the last one I did mention in my opening remarks this morning, a person with human qualities which is impeccable. Deep sense of empathy and concern for everyone around him. And I think I just want to say, and I will speak about it in a few minutes in case there are some people here who do not know why this particular hall is called the 7 Pillars of Wisdom. To me, Mahendra Kumar Raut actually embodied the 7 Pillars of Wisdom. And I'll just mention to you, in case some of you here do not know why there are 7 pillars in front of this hall. It's a great meaning behind each of those pillars, and I hope that in case you are not aware of it, I'll explain to you in a few minutes. Well, I'm pleased to be here again at Ravenshaw. It's a great university embellished by men like Professor Raut, but I'm sure there are many more great men and women who came here. In fact, the last time I was here, I was told that the alumni of this university is comprised of chief ministers, members of parliament, writers, poets, artists, of course academicians, scientists, economists, lawyers, historians and public intellectuals. I can't believe that one institution like this could have created this galaxy of men and women, and I think this is the tribute to the Ravenshaw College, of which Mahendra Kumar Raut was a very distinguished leader. And for those of you, I think last time I was here, I was in the Vice Chancellor's office and I could take a picture of Ravenshaw. To me, Ravenshaw is also a very inspirational figure, because today when we run to the government for everything today. We have become completely subservient to the government. Anything we say we want government to do. But I want to go back to the spirit of Ravenshaw, who said that people can do this. And he created this college actually through what we call crowdsourcing today. You know, what we call today crowdsourcing, that's what he did. He went to the public and said, do you want education? Give me a little money. And he collected this money. And then, of course, he went to the Governor General in Calcutta and he said, I want to start a college. The Governor General said, I can give you only 50% of the money. The rest 50% you have to raise yourself. The Governor General thought that he will never come back. But 6 months later, he went back to the Governor General and said, I got the 50% from the people of Cuttack. And then the Governor General had no choice but to give him the other 50%. And that's how Ravenshaw College was created. It's a great institution where people can create institutions. We don't have to depend on the government. And I hope that India, we have enough people, good people today, who can contribute, who can provide the resources to education, because education, in my opinion, is probably one of the most important things that this country would like to do. And Ravenshaw, I think I like to pay my tribute here, because I think he's a great person. And for those of you who probably have not heard of the 7 Pillars of Wisdom, the 7 Pillars of Wisdom is actually a book. And this book is on T. Lawrence, who is very well known as Lawrence of Arabia. And a big movie was made on Lawrence of Arabia. And T. Lawrence, the book is written by T. Lawrence. His title, 7 Pillars of Wisdom. And that's the name of this hall in front of you. I don't know who gave this name to this hall. I have no idea. I would like to know who that person was. But it's a beautiful, metaphor that this hall has been named after 7 pillars. And in fact, T. Lawrence, there is a poem on T. Lawrence, there's a poem written by T. Lawrence, and that poem is out there. And he says here, to earn your freedom, the 7-pillared worthy house. He talks about to earn your freedom, the 7-pillared worthy house, that your eyes might be shining for me when I came. Now, I'm not going to explain to you this poem, but this is something else which you can go and read. But the 7 pillars was also cited, not by T. Lawrence for the first time. It actually appears in a Proverb number 9 in Bible, the King James Version. And there it says, wisdom has built her house, she has set up its 7 pillars. And that's the origin of this word 7 pillars. And for those of you who want to know what these 7 pillars are, it's here. Reverence, purity, peace, compassion, humility, fairness, and integrity. And that's the 7 pillars that you see there. And to me, that is the highest level of education. Because this is what education is supposed to give us. Not knowledge, not marks, not percentages, not papers in scientific journals, not honors and rewards, but these are the 7 qualities that education must give us. And that's what I think Mahendra Kumar Rao, I said, he embedded these 7 qualities in him. So I think it's amazing that he was here, he was a principal, there were the 7 pillars of wisdom, and these 7 pillars epitomizes the quality of Mahendra Kumar Rao. I think that's the beauty of what I could see in this environment. Therefore, I thought I'll put this together. Anyway, so this is a interesting history here, and I hope that this 7 pillars of wisdom that is enshrined here acts like a beacon to every one of us here for posterity. Well, I've been here twice in the last 2 years, thanks to my good friends in Orissa. I gave this lecture here, right in this auditorium, in November 14, 2022, where I spoke about the promoting a culture of inquiry and innovation. And then earlier, I actually delivered the Mahendra Kumar Rao Memorial Lecture when Professor Samal invited me to at the 35th annual conference, and I was there. I think it was just about the time that the COVID had, I don't know whether it ended or not ended, but we took the risk of going to Badipara and giving this talk. It was a great occasion. And I'm going to actually pull my talk today from this Future of Chemistry lecture that I gave in 2021, and I'm going to extend this a little bit more as to what I believe is the future of chemistry, but in a little different sense that I'm going to talk about. To some extent, my job has been made easy because Professor Yadav in the morning also spoke about hydrogen, which is in a way part of this theme, but I will not touch upon hydrogen today. Well, what is chemistry? And this is a question that I keep asking myself all the time. Although I've been practicing chemistry now for 50 years, I keep asking myself, what is chemistry? And chemistry has always faced an identity crisis. In fact, chemistry, unlike physics, unlike mathematics, chemistry has always had an identity crisis. I have dwelled into the history of chemistry for 200 years, and every few years, chemistry has been questioned by people. Okay? And this has been the journey of chemistry. To some extent, maybe it's a good journey, because questioning is always good for any discipline of knowledge. Well, even today, we are questioning chemistry. Okay, we are asking, what has chemistry done for us? Well, the hoary past, we can talk about all these things. Aspirin, indigo, ammonia, antibiotics, Lipitor, which is making 50% of the population with heart problem live alive today. Nylon, Teflon, polyethylene, synthetic rubber, fuels, variety of things that chemistry has provided us. What is the future bright? Well, when people think about chemistry today, what comes to their mind is not the one that is listed on the top of the slide, but what comes to the mind is Minamata, Love Canal, Seveso, Bhopal, Chernobyl, Fukushima. These are the names that come into the minds of the public, and I'm sure you know what these are. And then we talk about things like thalidomide, DDT, dioxin, lead, BPA, of late PFOA, perfluorooctanoic acid, perfluorooctanoic sulfonate, a variety of compounds that were discovered only 30 years ago, and today they are being hounded out as, you know, as chemistry's contribution to poisoning the environment. Chemistry no longer captures public imagination. There is a growing distrust of chemistry as a science that can do good to the people. Public perception of chemistry is at an all-time low today, and that is a reality. In fact, there was a survey done a few years ago where they went and asked young people to rank people in the profession. Whom do they respect in the society, in the profession? And they asked them to rank. At that time, the last person in the rank was a nuclear scientist. Nobody wanted a nuclear science. Okay, everybody said that's no. And just above nuclear science was a chemistry professional. Okay, all right. And right on top was a doctor, medical doctor. Okay, so that's how the public perceives the profession, although they don't realize that all the drugs that the medical doctor prescribes are all developed and discovered by the chemist, you know. And therefore, when you get sick, you go to a doctor, he treats you, you get well, you thank the doctor, not the chemistry that created the drugs. Anyway, that's a part. So chemistry is increasingly being looked at as a malign science. Everywhere there is a bad press about chemistry, and that bad press has only increased in the last 2 decades or the last 20 years. Well, the problem is chemistry itself is a beautiful word. In fact, when we talk about two people in love, we say their chemistry is very good. When two people get along very well, they say their chemistry is very good. In fact, there is a website called chemistry.com, but this has got nothing to do with chemistry. It has got to do with relationships. But then, when people talk about chemistry is not very good, they're talking about chemicals. You know, chemicals is what they are saying is not very good for us, and that's because the chemicals, they smell, they leak, they spill, they leach, they poison, they pollute, and that's how the perception of chemicals is amongst the public. So this is an issue, and therefore I always say it's chemistry versus chemicals. Okay, chemistry people say is good because, as I said, when two people get along very well, we say that chemistry is very good. Well, chemistry is invisible to the public. Nobody knows where is the chemistry today which is playing in their life. It is more or less invisible to them. Poorly perceived by society, is associated with waste, pollution, global warming, variety of things that people talk about today. And good and bad are not balanced perceptions of chemistry. And this is actually the problem today. And actually, one may say, why are we talking about this? Because the very purpose of education is to give a balanced view. And that's something that we are not doing. That's my statement today. And that's one of the reasons why increasingly, and my younger colleagues will tell you, the quality of students coming to pursue chemistry is becoming poorer and poorer and poorer day by day. The best of the minds do not want to pursue chemistry anymore. Okay? And who come to pursue chemistry are possibly the third or the fourth or the fifth tier in terms of their, qualities, in terms of their interest and qualities. Now that's because chemistry is no longer the most exciting subject that people want to pursue. No reason why most chemists wants to pursue biology, because biology is able to attract much better quality of students. And therefore many chemists have moved on into more and more biology in order to get that quality of people with whom they can work. Just chemistry, not many people would like to work today, In fact, even chemical laboratories is something that most people won't like to enter today. They would rather work on a computer and do some simulation and modeling rather than dirty their hands with chemistry. Anyway, therefore what I say is, if you want to attract the best of the students to chemistry, you have to worry about what is the future of chemistry. What is it that chemistry must be doing in the future that can become exciting to all of us? And if you cannot communicate that to our stakeholders, chemistry, in my opinion, is going to lose the race amongst the scientific disciplines that we pursue today. Therefore, I say that sustainability and circularity must be deeply embedded into the practice of chemistry, and that's the theme of my talk today. I will not be able to cover everything that I wanted to say. I'm running behind schedule because we started 15 minutes late. I'd like to conclude by 4:30. We need to communicate to our stakeholders that chemistry is a responsible science. This is something that I think the public at large does not believe it so. We need to communicate this. And if we fail to do this, the only favorable gaze we will get of chemistry is in our supermarkets, in our shopping malls. As you know, there's a shop called chemistry. Most of us must, if you've wandered into any mall, you will see this shop. It's called chemistry. It has got nothing to do with chemistry. It is on apparels, okay? It is on dresses. And so that's the only chemistry that you will see in the future if you do not orient our thinking into what is it that chemistry must be doing in the future. Therefore, I call it the imperatives for chemistry. I call it sustainability and circularity. Two things that chemists must start thinking about in looking at what they are trying to do, either in education or in research or in industry or in academia. Well, what is sustainability? This is, I think, Professor Yadav did mention this word. Sustainability is a state of existence. It's basically where humans exist in perfect balance with nature, and that is the core definition of what I call sustainability. Sustainability is also like happiness and justice. It's an ideal goal. You will never achieve it. Okay? Like happiness or justice is an ideal goal. You can pursue it, you can strive for it, but you will never be able to, get to that point. Get to the point where you can say, I'm totally and completely sustainable. It's not possible. It's something that you can pursue, but it's not something that you can attain. It is actually an intellectual and normative construct. It's a construct of your mind and an approach to which you can base a series of action. It's just an approach in which you can say, I will do the following things in order to be sustainable. It doesn't necessarily mean that if you do all that, you will ever become sustainable. This is something that I teach my students, and I hope that we understand it very well. By the way, much of what I am going to talk about is a product of a course that I've been offering for the last 3 years at ICERS on sustainability and chemistry. So this is coming out of that. Sustainable development, which is what Professor Yadav pointed out in the morning, is the means by which we move towards this goal, and this is what he talked about, sustainable development. Sustainable development is a road, it's a journey. Sustainability is a goal, it's like a horizon which you will never reach. So this is the two things that I wanted to make it clear here. We talk about 3 things in sustainability which we have to balance, and that's the problem. There are 3 things to balance, and it's impossible to balance these 3 things. That's why it's such a difficult goal to reach. One is, the world runs on energy, materials, and water. If you look at anything else we do in this world, everything is a result of 3 things: energy, materials, and water, right? These are the 3 core things that the world runs on today. The other is the external world, which is ecology and environment. And the third is equity and social justice. You need all the 3 in order to have a sustainable society. It's impossible to get all the 3 balanced in any solution that we seek, and that's why sustainability is always a receding goal. As you approach, the goal keeps receding. It's what we call a moving target. Well, By the way, in the next few slides, you will see more and more of these three circles. And the three circles, we call this the Venn diagram. The three circles indicate their interacting systems. So they mean that they are interacting systems, they are not independent systems. And that's one of the problems. Therefore, if you touch one, you're going to affect something else somewhere else. And that is the relationship that we hardly see. We try to focus on one parameter without understanding its consequences on the others part of the circles. And these are three interacting parameters, or three interacting circles. We call this a Venn diagram, and you will see more of this Venn diagram as you go forward. Well, we are at a historic crossroads, I believe. I think in 2020s, when we are living, I think what we do today will determine the future of this planet, and there is absolutely no doubt about it. And actually, some people say it's already too late. Some people say, no, we still have time. But we still may have time, but it's a question of 10, 20 years of time, and that's about all we have. And, for us to now come to the state when we say we have 25 years of time to fix our problems, it's a sad state of affairs. That's the problem. Well, what is it that is the problem? The problem is limits of growth. Nature has very limited resources, and we call it the natural capital. Man or a woman or a human has unlimited demand for growth. And this is the contradiction that creates the problem of sustainability. And therefore, what we are doing is we are drawing from the ecosystem, which is natural, a lot of resources into what we call the economic capital or the community capital, and then we are throwing away part of it as waste, which is also the problem that we face today. And therefore, this ability or inability to balance what is a limited natural resource with an unlimited demand of humankind is creating an imbalance in the society. And that is a core problem that we face today. And that's a problem that chemistry will have to start looking at. Humanity is currently using Earth's natural capital, which is all the natural resources we possess, at 1.75 times faster than our planet's ecosystems can actually regenerate. And that's a problem. We are actually living on borrowed capital. We are not living on, we are actually living, it's like you are living your life on your savings and not on your earnings. Because your earnings are no longer sufficient for you to live, so you are actually living your life on your savings. And we all know that you can't live your life on your savings forever. So that is the problem. And therefore, if we continue to live the way we live, the whole world I'm talking about, with lots of inequities in this world, we will actually require 2 planets by 2100, and that's a problem. We'll require 2 more Earths by 2100. And therefore, this is the basic problem of sustainability. Okay? So, what is it, therefore? Is a profligate human consumption. Inability to manage end of use or end of life waste. We don't know how to manage the waste we are generating. We have completely lost that ability to manage our waste. There are lots of waste generation, gaseous, solid, liquid, on land, atmosphere, in the water bodies and oceans. Combustion of hydrocarbons for energy is generating one of the largest, what is called the gaseous waste. We call that carbon dioxide, and the issues that are related to carbon dioxide. End of life products, plastics packaging is something that we are all talking about today. Electronics, automobiles, clothes, shoes, footwears, paper, metals, everything is getting, once we use, we throw them away. And what do we do with all these things? And therefore, every one of these commodities that we consume, we'll have to worry about what is the end of life solutions for these, because they all have in them embedded very, very valuable resources. We have created them using very valuable natural resources, and none we cannot simply dispose them of. And of course, rapidly changing land use through urbanization and economic development resulting in biodiversity, loss of biodiversity habitats. So, what is the big problem therefore? The big problem is the matter, everything that we consume today is taken from natural resources, right? Everything. Nothing we produce on our own. We only transform, we only convert. We don't produce any matter. Well, we can't, right? That's the law of thermodynamics. We can't. We only convert them, we only interconvert them. So we draw these natural resources into the human economy, we consume them, and we throw them back into the ecosphere. And that is the problem of matter flowing from the ecosphere to human economy, and the matter flowing from human economy back to the ecosphere. And this is a problem. And this problem, if it is linear, is going to lead to disaster. That's a problem, because right now it is all linear. We consume, we dispose, and therefore it's a linear process. How do we measure this inflow and outflow? Do we have the methods of measuring this? Sadly, no today. Right now, the techniques of measurement are being evolved. Imagine 300 years since, or 250 years since Industrial Revolution, we have never bothered to look at this material balance here. You know, there's a material balance, right, you require. We have never learned to look at it. We don't know how to compute this material balance today. And today, with lots of inputs coming from around the world, we are now trying to understand how to do this balancing. How do we know from what we are drawing, what we are disposing into the ecosphere? And that balance is something that we are now trying to gather today as we speak. And this is an emerging science today, or emerging method of measurement today, which is going to be very important for us. Because if we don't know this, what we are drawing and what we are throwing out, then how do we manage it? We have no way of managing it. Well, I will skip this because this is something which is very fundamental, because I talk about thermodynamics of sustainability, because ultimately everything boils down to the three laws of thermodynamics. What we do is, we all need low entropy energy in order to drive the world. This whole world drives or is driven by low entropy energy. The low entropy energy is what we get from, let's say, the sun today, which is essentially the heat or the light, which is that low entropy energy. But when we convert them into products and processes, we actually throw out the high entropy energy, which is the waste part of it. And that is energy. We take energy from the natural ecosystem and we throw it back into the ecosystem, into the ecosystem. But what we throw is a low and high entropy energy. And we all know that you can't be doing, humans cannot be performing an action that is continuously increasing the entropy. That's not done according to the laws of thermodynamics, but that's what we are doing. And I try to point out to our students that it's something that we know we cannot do it, but we have been doing it for the last 250 years, okay? And this is fundamental to sustainability, because from a sustainability point of view, processes that increase entropy are clearly not sustainable, okay? Because we look at this planet Earth as a closed system, and that's why, okay, if it is an open system, it's a different story, but we look at it as a closed system. Anyway, I won't spend more time on it, but that's because I don't have the time to discuss this. But what is therefore sustainability? If somebody comes and asks me, what is sustainability, can you kind of at least give me a sentence to explain this? This is the way I explain this. For a system to be sustainable, it must not demand more from nature than that can be supplied. That means we have to have a bank account with nature. We have to have a bank account with nature. When we draw from nature, we know how much money is there in the bank. We can't draw more than what the money is there in the bank. We all know that. If we do that, we go bankrupt. But unfortunately, we as humans are merely overdrawing from the bank of nature. No wonder we are at a situation where we feel bankrupt. Okay? This is so fundamental. We won't do it in our life, right? In your own bank account, you will not draw more money than you have in your bank. But when it comes to living, we do this merrily. And that's the problem that we are facing today. So to me, this is a very simple way of defining sustainability. And therefore, I say a situation where this principle is violated cannot be sustained for long, as it results in resource depletion, ecological degradation, and transgression of local, regional, and planetary boundaries. I'll talk about the planetary boundaries in a minute. Well, we have to apply two principles when we talk about sustainability. One, I call it unintended consequences, and the third is cautionary principle. I will not get into detail again, because for everything that we do, there is an unintended consequence. The ability to foresee an unintended consequence is very critical to take decisions today. Something seemingly looking good may not necessarily be good, because it has an unintended consequence. And that is something that we must have the wisdom to understand, see, forecast, appreciate, factor into our thinking. If we don't do this, we will continue to make the mistakes that we have been making for the last 200 years. And that is very important. So, I will not talk about this. The cautionary principle is very important. Unintended consequences have to be analyzed. For every decision we take, we have to understand unintended consequences. Unbridled solutions could be the best solutions. Okay, can I use electrolysis for doing hydrogen? Well, we don't know where the water is going to come from in the future, right? One, we all know stoichiometrically that 18 grams of water can generate only 2 grams of hydrogen. Okay, that means on a mole-to-mole basis is 1:9. But actually in practice, if you take all the, what's called the balance of plant demand for water, today we need 20 kilograms of water to generate 1 kilogram of hydrogen. Okay? The question is, can we jump into something like electrolysis as a solution for the future when we don't know where the water is going to come from in the future? And you need fresh water, by the way. Okay, and that's a problem. Therefore, for every good thought we have about a sustainable future, we have to worry about the unintended consequences. What else could be? We will face a problem in the years to come, and and that is very important for us to think about. Well, I talk about enhanced efficiency because efficiency enhancement is always the simplest, the best thing to do. Emulate nature as far as possible, and I'll talk about it in a few minutes. Exercise cautionary or precautionary principles and maintain resilience, because you cannot perturb a system any more than the system has an ability to regenerate or recover from the disturbances. So you have to perturb only slightly. You can't perturb it, in a very major way. Well, what happened some years ago in 2000, those people who are at least chemists know, there was a buzz about this green chemistry, which is very nice because we understood why green chemistry was required. And this was started with a book that was written in 2000, and now this book is a textbook in all undergraduate and master's program in chemistry. But today, from there, we have now come to sustainable chemistry. So many people ask me, what is the difference between green chemistry and sustainable chemistry? Is there a difference at all? And now we have a book which is called Chemistry for Sustainable Technology. This is a book I use in my teaching class. This is the only book that is available today. But the question basically is, what is the difference between the two? Well, sustainable chemistry is basically the same thing I talked about a few minutes ago, that I cannot draw from the nature's resources anything more than what is available in the nature. I can't deplete the natural resources in order to satisfy my needs, and that is sustainable chemistry. Green chemistry only limits itself to making sure that whatever you do with chemistry, you generate less hazardous waste, you generate less pollution, you generate less increase the what we call the atom economy. Make sure that as many of your product, the starting material, the atoms, the starting materials are conserved in your products. So green chemistry does not necessarily encompass everything that is in sustainable chemistry. Okay? Green chemistry, I call it, is a subset of sustainable chemistry. And if you really want to talk about it, the green chemistry is somewhere here. Okay? And that is what I call a normative framework. I call this sustainable chemistry, which is a large circle, which is a very broad normative framework, because here you have everything else being thrown in. It's not just the chemical conversion part of it. You got everything else of the ecosystem thrown in sustainable chemistry. And therefore, in the future, chemistry, the students of chemistry must understand the broader ecosystem within which the chemistry functions in order to become effective as chemists in the future. And therefore, the normative framework, for example, if you're talking about a green chemistry, then we went into circular chemistry, a circular economy, I'll talk about it, and then we now come to sustainable chemistry, is basically how do we balance my needs with what the nature has provided me? How do I balance it? And how can chemistry help to do this balance? That's a fundamental question that sustainable chemistry is all about. So, while a sustainable chemistry will always be green, all green chemistry is not sustainable. Okay? And this is again something that we must understand. So people use these two terms interchangeably. So all sustainable chemistry will definitely be green. But not all green chemistry will be sustainable. I don't have time to talk about it. I use this as a case study in the classroom for undergraduate students. I ask them the question and they have to figure out an answer. The ammonia synthesis by Haber-Bosch process is green. It's 100% atom economy. 1 mole of nitrogen, 3 moles of hydrogen gives me 2 moles of ammonia. No problem at all. It's absolute atom economy. All are gases, no other byproducts, no waste, nothing at all. It's a clean process. Is it a sustainable process? That's the question we ask. And the answer we come in the class after analysis, it is not a sustainable process. Okay? It's a green process. Therefore, all green processes are not sustainable. Okay? Therefore, you have to understand the differences of what is a green and what is a sustainable process. Again, I don't have the time to do this analysis because we show by analysis that production of ammonia by the Haber-Bosch process, like we have been doing now for 100 years, is no longer a sustainable process for us to look at. We need to come up with better alternatives to make ammonia. And that's a reality. That's, in fact, I am saying that we, as chemists, we have to go back to the drawing board and ask how to make ammonia in a better manner. Okay? Because that's actually, in fact, today, that's a huge area of research today. If you open up any journal on sustainability, you will have at least 1 or 2 papers on ammonia today, All right. Again, I talk about this in a few minutes. I'll try to finish because I'm running behind schedule. You have lots of chemical inventory in this world, and this is another problem we have. I just did this little bit of analysis myself. 1970s is where I began my journey as a chemist. Okay, I looked at as a base year. Okay, I put the 0. 1970 is a base. It's an arbitrarily base year. And I said, how many new chemical entities have been created in the last 50 years? we have created 150 million new chemical entities. Why? Every one of us are generating new molecules in our laboratory. Okay? 150 million chemical entities we have created. Many of them are in use, many of them necessarily not in use, but many of them are actually in use by society. There has been an exponential growth of new chemical entities. And more the new chemical entities, it's creating more challenges in managing sustainability, because not all of them have the attributes of the right sustainability metrics. So, sustainable management of chemicals, synthetic chemicals itself has become a huge problem today. It's a huge problem. In fact, there are many papers that are written on the subject, which if you are interested, you can go. Many people say if I use a renewable resource, it is sustainable. Answer is again, be very, very cautious in saying this. Renewable resources can be sustainable only if their cultivation is not connected to high resource consumption of fertilizers, nutrient, pesticides, water and land use, and there is no competition with food. Otherwise, renewable resources are not sustainable. And I think that's something that we need to think about too, because we somehow say, oh, I'm using a renewable resource, therefore I am a sustainable territory. No, you have to qualify that. In fact, I say this here, and I think I have a slide later. You have to look at resource availability with potential demand. You have to look at the environment and economic cost of extracting the resource from the native form, which is not trivial. And of course, you have to look at, that many natural resources are community properties. They are not property that you can exploit. They belong to some community. It could be a tribal community. It could be an Aborigine community. It could be a native Indian community. Now, you and I cannot go and exploit it because we have no right to do so. Why? It is their property. Okay? And that's another issue that we have to worry about. And therefore, we cannot simply say it's a renewable resource and therefore I can use it for energy, I can use it for materials, I can use it for making plastics, I can use it for making packaging films. You can't do that, because the question is, what are we drawing? Is there enough of the resource in the planet in order for us to survive on it for the next few hundred years? Similarly, when we talk about chemicals, we have to talk about all kinds of things today. We can't simply talk about chemicals as a new chemical entity. We have to talk about variety of attributes of chemicals which have an impact on the health, environment, water. And unless those are understood, you can't talk about making a chemical. And that's again an issue that we have to talk about. And therefore, if you want to say sustainable chemical, you have to have no irreversible and chronic effects, low acute ecotoxicity, low persistence, no bioaccumulation, narrow spatial range. Very difficult to make chemicals fitting into these parameters. This is something that we have to worry about. Again, this is, I said, they are not synonymous. Most people use it as if they are synonymous. Renewable resources does not necessarily make it sustainable. Naturally occurring organic molecules does not make them sustainable. People say, I use water as a reaction medium. I don't use a solvent. But then using water as a reaction medium is not necessarily sustainable. You have to start asking this why and understand that. People say, I use a room temperature reaction, therefore it is very, very sustainable. I say, no. If you're using a room temperature reaction for an exothermic process, it is not sustainable, because you have to remove the heat. And how do you remove the heat? Okay, it's not sustainable. Solar energy is not sustainable. Most people think solar energy is sustainable. I can have an argument on that with you later. Okay? Electric vehicles is not sustainable unless all that electricity comes from solar energy. Okay? And that is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The world cannot be on 100% solar energy. It's not possible. Okay? We consume today 27 terawatts of energy. By 2050, we will consume something close to 55 terawatts of energy. You can't have 55 terawatt capacity of solar energy. People say the best is about 30% of that, which is about 25 terawatts. So the rest of the 75 terawatts of energy is going to come from which source? Okay, so you have to understand this before we make, use of ethanol as a fuel is not necessarily sustainable. Okay, I mean, I think Professor Yadav did point it out. Okay, the other one is somebody, for those of you who are organic chemists here, there's a beautiful article which came about a year ago by Bruce Lipschutz, a very well-known organic chemist, and he is asking this question, is organic chemistry on borrowed time? Okay, so that's why I said we have to start asking very fundamental questions. We can't take anything for granted. The reason he is asking is that all organic chemistry is based on fossil hydrocarbons, completely. Okay, all organic chemistry is based on fossil hydrocarbons, and the question basically is this a sustainable organic chemistry, let's say, for the next 100 years? Okay, and this is something that you have to ask. And what Lipschutz is asking here is, when the pendulum eventually swings and deep decarbonization sets in, what happens to the foundation of organic chemistry? Okay, what happens to the foundation of organic chemistry? The future of this fundamental science, which is tied to humanity's health and well-being, is very much in jeopardy. And this is also something that we have to worry about. You may say 100 years is too far away, but no, 100 years is not too far away. Okay, it's right around the corner. Okay, as far as the world goes. Well, the reason is, today the world is looking at an option of sustainability where we build everything around three elements. Okay, carbon dioxide, hydrogen and nitrogen. Okay, so, and this is something that Professor Yadav pointed out to you, that carbon dioxide, hydrogen and nitrogen, C, H and N, will come from hydrogen, could be from some source, nitrogen from the air, and carbon dioxide is something that is already in the air, okay, 400 ppm. So plenty of CO2 we need to actually pull back from the air, because if you want to reduce the global warming. So we have plenty of carbon dioxide. The question is it viable to pull it back? Well, therefore, this is what I call the chemistry's holy grail. And this is the foundation. We go back to the fundamentals of chemistry here. That means I have to take the nitrogen, I have to take the hydrogen and combine it to make the ammonia in a sustainable manner, not by Haber-Bosch process. Okay? I have to take the hydrogen from water, I have to take the CO2, and this is what Professor Yadav pointed out today, and be able to convert it into a variety of oxygenates or hydrocarbons. This chemistry is not so simple. It's very, very difficult chemistry. Okay, because it goes against the grain of thermodynamics. Carbon dioxide, to convert carbon dioxide into anything is going uphill in energy. And the question is, where will the energy come from? Because we don't have, if you want energy, that energy has to come from completely renewable energy. We can't be burning fossil fuels for that, right? So these are very challenging chemistry today. What is it that will convert? How do we do this conversions? And all these things are doable on a piece of paper like this, on a slide, but really, if you look at it, how to do it, it's very, very difficult to do it, And the new chemistry that people are looking at for all these things is actually one of the most important domains of research today. And therefore, our research has gone back to very fundamentals. The way we were looking at chemistry 150 years ago is what we need to look at chemistry today. How do we make molecules from carbon dioxide, hydrogen and nitrogen? By the way, the primordial soup that we talk about, by which the first amino acid was made, was only made from carbon dioxide, nitrogen and water. Okay? So the question basically is, maybe there's a truth lurking somewhere there for us to, unravel. Well, therefore, the chemistry of future places many challenges to us. Many challenges. Okay? I mean, how do we generate, from water energy? Okay? How do we take carbon dioxide and convert that to ammonia or methane or higher hydrocarbons? And how do we convert the same air and water into nitrogen and hydrogen, and just using stored electrons, can I convert that to ammonia? Okay? In principle, yes, you can do that, but those of you who understand electrochemistry know that this is a formidable challenge today. Can I take nitrogen and water or nitrogen and hydrogen and use stored electrons to convert them to ammonia? Yes, it's feasible, but is it practical? I do not know as yet, but that's the challenge that chemists are going to face in the future. The reason I show this is that if you can do this, the rest of it is possible. But this is the starting point. And then the question comes, where will the carbon come from? Because today all the carbon is coming from fossil fuels. Okay? So where will the carbon comes from? Today 15 to 20% of fossil fuel provides all the carbon for organic chemicals and materials that we consume today. Plastics, drugs, pharmaceuticals, solvents, pesticides, dyes, everything comes from fossil fuels. Therefore, this actually corresponds to roughly about 2.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide. If you convert everything into CO2 equivalent, it's about 2.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent per annum. And will this carbon come from atmosphere, which is the captured carbon dioxide, or will it come from the biosphere, which is a biologically fixed carbon, which is what Professor Yadav was talking about, biomass, or will it come from recycled carbon? We do not know from which it's going to come from. And therefore, I normally talk about what is called under the surface carbon and over the surface carbon. And what people are saying is, you must leave the under the surface carbon wherever it is. You cannot take it out anymore. Because if you take it out, you're going to combust it. If you combust it, you're going to produce carbon dioxide. So you leave it wherever it is, under the surface carbon, and exploit all the over the surface carbon. Okay? But that's the challenge. We have to, how to exploit over the surface carbon in a sustainable manner. Because we have not done that in the last 200 years. We have only exploited the under the surface carbon. Well, therefore, I'm going to skip some of these things. So this is another Venn diagram. I will stop in a few minutes, which talk about the interplay of ecological, economic, and the societal needs of sustainability. This is another Venn diagram, and the same Venn diagram I have converted into what is called relating to chemistry. And chemistry, societal responses and sustainability of Earth system is what we need to balance. And that means you have to balance many things. Okay, one is, I am always at the receiving end of the society. I need to satisfy my stakeholders in the society. At the same time, I have to answer to the demanding call of the ecological system, which is Earth's carrying capacities, planetary boundaries, anthropogenic effect, and of course unintended consequences. And in fact, today there are frameworks available which I will not get into, but if those of you are interested can read. There are frameworks available by which we can map the entire planetary boundaries of any human action. If I do something today, how does it affect the planetary boundaries? Which is a kind of a limit that we have set for ourselves. And I asked this question earlier, how do we know how much we are drawing from nature and how much we are discarding into the ecosphere? This balance is now defined by by a definition of a planetary boundary, which you can calculate. We do that, we can do this calculation. There are systems available. If you have certain numbers, you can actually calculate these planetary boundaries. And this planetary boundary, there are 9 boundaries. The 9 boundaries are climate change, novel entities, ozone depletion, aerosol loading, ocean acidification, biogeochemical flows, freshwater use, land system change, and biosphere integrity. You can actually map it, you can actually quantitate it to some extent today. And this has evolved in the last 10 years as major disciplines of knowledge today, which I think chemistry students must learn to understand in the future. Because they will have to demonstrate any solution of chemistry, we have to demonstrate using such information that we are under what is called safe territory, And therefore, there's a paper which those of you who want to read just appeared a couple of months ago, 13 September 2023, which says Earth as a whole is now well outside the safe operating space for humanity. And this is based on the planetary boundaries of Earth as a whole. So you can see here, you have taken the massive world as a whole and done the estimation of planetary boundaries. So even that is possible today. Humanity is today placing unprecedented pressure on Earth systems. The 6 boundaries where we have already exceeded: biosphere integrity, climate change, novel entities, biogeochemical flows, freshwater change, and land systems change. The novel entities is what I talked about, 150 million new organic compounds that we have put out in the system. And that's not sustainable. We can't keep on putting new and new organic molecules into the system, because where do they go afterwards, in case they are going to be used in application. So these are the things that already we are exceeding, and we have to pull them back now. Just like carbon dioxide, we have to pull it back. We have to pull many of these things back in order to make this planet more sustainable. And chemistry will have to play a role here. Well, so therefore today we have a discipline which is now called sustainability science. And many universities, many academic departments, now you have a discipline called sustainability science. There are programs of learning, teaching, research, as well as education. And this term was coined in 2000, around 2000, sustainability science. And now it is becoming important in order to understand the impact of human actions on this planet Earth. And chemistry has a very key role in the human action. I will skip this. I'm going to skip this. So, what is sustainable chemistry? That's what I want to leave your thought with. The development and application of chemicals, chemical processes and products that benefit current and future generation without harmful impacts to humans and ecosystem. And sustainable chemistry is chemistry that produces compounds and materials from readily available and renewable building blocks, reagents and catalysis, uses a process optimized for efficiency, and employs renewable energy sources or other sources of energy such as photons, stored electrons, or mechanical forces to drive specific chemical transformation. So these are some examples of how you start thinking about sustainable chemistry. Elements of sustainable chemistry is rational design, focus on both the product and the process, end of life circularity and management, life cycle impact, data transparency, assessment metrics and data integrity, systems thinking, interdisciplinarity, and intersector collaboration. Because it's going to, chemists will have to learn to work with many more people if you want to understand all these things in its entirety. Therefore, I call sustainable chemistry is green chemistry, which has been around with us for now about 20 years, plus what I call circular economy. Okay? And in order to come back to that, the circular economy is something that we talk about today, plenty of literature on circular economy, in the sense that today, what is it that we are trying to do? This is what I call inspired by nature. What we are trying to do is, nature operates everything in a circular fashion, in a cycle. Nature never operates anything in a linear fashion. And the question is, you can see all the cycles, the carbon dioxide, the hydrogen, the carbon, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, everything is operating in nature, but in a cycle. And we have had no problems. How come that when we started doing it, we are running into problems? Because man or human have unfortunately designed most processes in a linear fashion. And that's a problem. So can we convert everything that we are currently doing from a linear to a circular fashion? Now that's another challenge for chemistry today. That's the second challenge for chemistry today. And that is what each one of us who are practicing chemistry must think about. And how to close these cycles is critical to understanding sustainability on this planet. I will skip this. So there is a topic now called circular chemistry, just like sustainable chemistry, and you can talk about quite a bit of circular chemistry. I'm going to skip the rest part of it because I think I've run out of time. I'm going to go to the last slide a few minutes, and then I'm going to complete my talk. So what are the key principles of what I call material sustainability? Conserve resources, minimize use of all natural resources, keep the material in use as long as possible, that's called circularity. Design processes which is fully circular, and minimize waste that require disposal. Every one of these things we need to worry about, and that is the key responsibility of chemistry in the future. Dematerialization, decarbonization, defossilization, embed systems thinking and circularity. Of course, we must embed this into education, into our education, so that the next generation of students do not think like what we taught 20, 30 years ago. They think differently. And in order to do that, we need to educate the next generation of students. And of course, we need to engage with society in order to communicate that we are a responsible group of professionals as chemists. So, we have to commit to long-term carbon neutrality, commit to closed-loop systems. We have to manage the release of all persistent organic compounds throughout the product life cycle. We have to phase out all chemicals that pose a risk to life, mammals, vertebrates, and invertebrates. And of course, build awareness of sustainability across all segments of the society. This is my last slide, and this is just to a philosophical side. This scientific revolution was started by Francis Bacon about 200 years ago. And Francis Bacon spelt out a new ethical system at that point of time. That is what has been a part of our DNA through 200 years. And what did Francis Bacon said? Francis Bacon spelt out a new ethical system where nature was no longer considered as a living being to be revered and respected. Instead, as a machine to be manipulated and taken advantage of for the benefit of humankind. That was the beginning of the scientific revolution. Okay? And that was, the thought was put into our heads by Francis Bacon. Okay? Now just think about it. All of us have the same thought in our heads even today. The purpose of organized science was to dominate nature via technology, and this became morally permissible. Nobody thought it wrong, because we thought that nature existed to serve humankind. Robert Boyle said, and again a very well-known man, we all know him, there are two very distinct ends that men may propound to themselves in studying natural philosophy, that is science. For some men care only to know nature, others decide to dominate or command her. Our culture is shaped by the implicit assumptions and belief we have been raised to accept and explain how difficult it has become for us to collectively agree how to stop damaging nature. Because if we have to stop harming nature, because we have been taught for 200 years that by exploiting natural resources, using the tools of science and technology is the way humankind can progress. And that's the thought that has been embedded into all of us. Meeting the challenge of sustainability and circularity should not merely result in science and technology solutions, but must also require a radical reconception of our normative values and our place in this world. And I think unless that mindset changes, we can't solve this problem. So our planet faces many problems today. Many of them can prove to be existential. Many of them. 300 years down the road, we do not know where this civilization will exist or not. Remember, nature is not infinitely resilient. However, we must realize that these problems are created by us, partly due to ignorance and partly due to greed. Science in general and chemistry in particular has a large part to play in solving the problem that it has helped to create. The parting feeling is therefore not one of gloom or despair, but of optimism and hope that we hold in our hands the keys to unlocking these solutions that the world will so badly need in the next few decades. The keys are in the hands of all of us as chemists. So whatever we do in life, be guided by the ultimate goal of doing good to this planet. Think sustainability and circularity every day. And that's the message that I would like to leave you with. Thank you very much for your very kind attention. I'm sorry if I've exceeded your time, but I think there is no planet B, so we have to learn to live on planet A as long as we can. Thank you very much.
If there are any questions you have for Professor Swaminathan Sivaram, you are free to ask. Yes, sir.
Mahapatra, I was a student here during 1966 and 68. I am presently teaching undergraduate chemistry in the United States. Okay. You speak with extraordinary eloquence, clarity, and deep insight. I am very happy that you are interested in the history of science. You mentioned Boyle. Okay. And it reminds me and takes me back to 1807 when John Dalton, the son of a grammar teacher, who didn't do any calculus, made the greatest discovery of our time. He was only trying to explain the law of Dalton definite proportions. And you mentioned also circularity and sustainability. Nature has already shown us glycolysis is a linear cycle, linear flux. Citric acid is a cycle. ATP synthesis is again is probably as a different pathway. So we should always and this is a question that comes up, teaching chemistry in a liberal arts institution in the United States. That's one thing that I wanted to mention to you. The second thing is, you raised a very fundamental question here, that you mentioned that in your classroom, you are not getting the cream of the crop. You are getting 4th level, 5th level students. But we have to work with them. I was an average student. I never made any extraordinary, spectacular discovery, earth-shaking. So you have to work with them. So what is the problem you are facing, and how you are dealing with mediocrity? Because I'm not worried about mediocrity.
I'm not talking about mediocrity. I'm talking about how to excite the best minds, okay, of with chemistry. Because I'm not bothered about who comes to study. None of us were genius, I understand. But all I am asking is, if you have a bunch of students, and you have the best of minds, outstanding young people, how do I, enthuse him about chemistry? Okay, what is it that he should do in chemistry that will kind of make him stand up and say, oh, I would like to try and do this? Okay, so that is the thing. Now, the biology has those very, lofty targets, and therefore students are, are enamored by biology to some extent, because they try to look at very, very, lofty goals. Chemistry at this point of time in 2020 has lost that sheen, and therefore all I'm trying to say is you need to reorient the education in chemistry from what we learned 50 years ago to something that will show them the future, and that's what I try to say here. And I say here that, look, chemistry has challenges. Chemistry has created certain problems, but the only people who can solve the problems are people from chemistry. Okay? If these problems will have to be resolved in the next 30, 50, 100 years, only chemists can do this. And what is those challenges is what I think we need to tell the young people, and so that they get interested in those areas. Otherwise, they look at only the negative perception of chemistry. That's what I was trying to say. So I think we need to show them the challenges that face this world, and how chemistry can play a role in resolving those challenges. Okay? That's all I'm trying to say. And if we can show that, I think, because the students are interested in, doing good to the planet, that's what they want. They don't want to do anything which is wrong to the planet. They all want us to do good to the planet. And therefore, I think we need to say how chemistry can do good to the planet. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Professor Sibram will be with us for quite some time now. If there is anything to discuss, we can discuss with him. Please join me in giving a very big hand to Professor Sibram. Before we go to the next event, where we had to have felicitation lectures from Professor Jyotirmoy Das and Professor Jyotirmoy Mahante, we shall be now felicitating the institutions where Mkrcc OCS events were held. First of all, I would like to invite the representatives from Career College, because they are very in a hurry to leave. They have to catch a bus or something. The representatives of Career College, please. Could you please come up? Please hurry up. Please hurry up. They conducted the OCS regional conference in a very splendid way, and we shall felicitate them for their endeavor. Okay. Madam, please. Now we shall have the felicitation lecture by Professor Jyotirmoy Mohanty. May I now request our Honorable Professor Balaram Sahu to kindly preside over this. Sir. So Professor Sahu will be chairing the session. We have a citation to be read, and may I request Madam. Professor Smriti Prabha Das, please. She will be reading the citation, and then the lecture of Professor Jyotirmoy Das will start. Madam, Professor Jyotirmoy Das, please. Citation.
Now, Department of Chemistry, Revensa University, Cuttack, and Odisha Chemical Society, and Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut Birth Centenary Celebration Committee felicitate Professor Jyotirmoy Das, Senior Professor, Indian Associate for Cultivation Science, Kolkata, School of Chemical Sciences, Jadavpur. She is a Science Ambassador of Odisha. Professor Jyotirmoy Das' illustrious journey starts from MSc 1997 at Revensa University to current position as a senior professor at the Indian Association for the Cultivation of Science. Kolkata is remarkable. After completing PhD in organic chemistry from IIT Kanpur in 2003, India, she was awarded Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship as the Free University Berlin 2004 to 2006, a postdoctoral fellowship at ESPCI Paris from 2006 to 2007, and Marie Curie Fellowship from 2007 to 2009 at the University of Cambridge, UK. She first joined IISER Kolkata as an assistant professor in 2009 before moving to ISCS Kolkata. Her research interest includes new organic transformations, structure and function of nucleic acid targets. Her tireless efforts and contributions have not only earned her the respect and admiration of the global scientific community, but have also granted prestigious accolades and awards, including being elected as a Fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore, receiving the Fellowship of the Royal Society of Chemistry in 2020, and editorial advisory board member of prestigious national and international journals. Her work in the domains of chemical biology, medicinal chemistry, drug discovery has not only advanced scientific knowledge but has also had a profound impact on our society. Her research in developing novel anti-cancer agents, specifically targeting DNA secondary structure through the regulation of gene functions, represents a significant milestone in anti-cancer therapeutics. Furthermore, her work in developing new synthetic routes to natural products and exploring the supramolecular chemistry of nucleic acid derivatives for the development of sensors and antimicrobial agents demonstrates her dedication to addressing social challenges, particularly in healthcare. Her notable achievements, such as the Swarna Jayanti Fellowship from Department of Science and Technology in 2015-16, Welcome Trust DBT India Alliance Senior Fellowship Award 2019, and Bronze Medal from Chemical Research Society of India further highlights her contributions to the scientific community. Professor Jyotirmoy Das is the winner of OPPI Scientist of the Year 2023 Award. The Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India, established in 1965, represents the research-based global pharmaceutical companies in India. May her continued endeavors in research and academia continue to far the way of groundbreaking discoveries and advancements in the realm of chemical sciences. In this august occasion of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut birth centenary celebration, Odisha Chemical Society and members of Centenary Celebration Committee convey her heartiest congratulations on being awarded the esteemed Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for outstanding research in the structure and function of nucleic acid. Felicitates her with best wishes for glorious future. Dr. Prabhat Kumar Mishra, Chairman, Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, Birth Centenary Committee, and Rupasri Ragini Das, President, Odisha Chemical Society. Thank you.
Just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard about the checkered career of Dr. Jyotirmoy Das. She has got many laurels and accolades to her credit. And we are indeed proud for your achievements. Briefly speaking, she was an alumnus of the Department of Chemistry, Ravenshaw College. Thereafter, she received her PhD degree from IIT Kanpur, then joined as an assistant professor in IISER Calcutta. She has also got Humboldt Scholarship, Marie Curie Scholarship at Cambridge, and has remarkable achievement in her life. Let us listen to her talk on bioorthogonal synthesis of organic compounds, pointing towards nucleic acid targets of DNA. Now I request Mr. Das to speak about it. I'm sitting here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, sir, for your kind introduction. I would begin my talk by paying my tribute to Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut, a distinguished scientist, a legendary academician, and the first and the founder president of Odisha Chemical Society. I would also like to pay my respect to my respected teachers, Dr. Shasadhara Samal, Professor Samal, Secretary Mkrcc, Dr. Rupasri Ragini Das, the present president of Odisha Chemical Society, and all the organizing committee for the kind invitation and giving me an opportunity to speak today on the special occasion of Professor Raut's birth centenary celebration. Professor Raut inspires all of us, and today indeed it's a great honor for me to speak in front of my teachers and at my university. So I would like to talk about bioorthogonal synthesis of anti-cancer agents for exploring DNA, the molecule of life. So I would begin my talk by asking a question to the students. So I see very few students now, but could you please identify the scientist in this photo? For the students, this question. Okay, so he is a Nobel laureate of Indian origin. Being a graduate in physics in India, in our country, he received his PhD in physics in United States, and then he continued postdoctoral research in structural biology. For his pioneering contributions on structure and function of ribosome, the molecular machinery of living organism, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in the year 2009. So his work and his career demonstrates the beauty of interdisciplinary science. Science may have different branches, but every discipline is interconnected in the same tree of science, and the tree of science grows stronger and stronger, taller and taller, only when we share our ideas and work together in achieving a common goal. Now let's move to another important discovery in science, that is the structure of DNA. The double helical DNA structure was discovered by Watson, Crick, and Wilkins in the year 1953. And that also led to a Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in the year 1962. Oh, sorry, it's not to come well. Okay, anyway, the structure of DNA is here. So in DNA, both the strands are held together by hydrogen bonding. The nucleobase adenine hydrogen bonds with thymine, and the nucleobase guanine hydrogen bonds with cytosine. And these four nucleobases are known as the DNA alphabets that form the genetic code and carry the instructions in living system. So in the nucleus of each cell, the double helical DNA is tightly coiled around histone proteins and then is packaged into thread-like structures called chromosome. Crick, who discovered the double helical DNA structure, also proposed the central dogma, which states that DNA is converted to RNA by a process called transcription, and RNA is converted to protein by a process called translation. And both these processes are essential for the cell survival. And in cancer cells, by using a DNA binding drug, we can stop transcription and then inhibit translation. Since there will be no synthesis of RNA or proteins, it will lead to the death of cancer cells. For instance, doxorubicin, a DNA binding drug, can bind and stabilize DNA structure and can inhibit transcription and then protein synthesis. And it is currently used in clinics for treating cancer. However, DNA double helix is highly abundant in the human genome. Therefore, it is quite challenging to selectively target DNA in cancer cells or in healthy cells. So therefore, most of the DNA binding drugs leads to undesired side effects. So therefore, there is a need to identify new and alternative targets for combating cancer in cancer cells over the healthy cells. So apart from the double helical structure, G-rich DNA sequences can adopt higher order secondary structures called G quadruplexes. So in G-rich DNA sequences, 4 guanines hydrogen bond with each other to form G quartet-like structures. And these G quartets stack upon each other in the presence of metal ions to form G quadruplex structures. So in double helix, the nucleobase guanine hydrogen bonds with cytosine, and in G quadruplex, nucleobase guanine hydrogen bonds with each cell to form G quartet-like structures. So these DNA quadruplexes are present in the telomeres at the end of chromosomes and also in the promoter region of several oncogenes. Now it's not working, I think. Okay, small molecule drugs can bind and stabilize the DNA quadruplex structure and can inhibit transcription and translation in cancer cells. Since DNA quadruplexes are present in cancer cells, so we can selectively target DNA quadruplexes over the double helical DNA structure. So in our lab, we have been selectively targeting DNA quadruplexes to regulate the expression of cancer-causing genes. So this slide is not working. So we have developed different classes of compounds like heteroaromatic compounds, peptide mimetics, which are inspired from natural products and peptides. For instance, this is a carbazole-based heteroaromatic compound. This compound can stack upon the G quartet of G quadruplexes, and the amine side chains can interact with negatively charged sugar phosphate backbone. So due to its optimum size, it only selectively binds to DNA quadruplex and it doesn't interact with the double helical DNA structure. However, designing ligands comes with many challenges. Many compounds are poorly soluble in water, they lack cellular permeability, and they are difficult to synthesize. And many compounds, and it is also important to identify ligands that are selective for DNA quadruplexes over the duplex DNA. And then another important question is, we wanted to design fluorescent ligands for monitoring DNA quadruplexes in living cells. And finally, the most important question is whether a G quadruplex binding ligand really alters the gene expression. So we wanted to gain insights into the mechanism of regulation of gene expression. So what if a target can synthesize its own inhibitors? Sharpless and co-workers developed that an enzyme like acetylcholine esterase can synthesize its own inhibitors from a pool of alkyne and azide fragments. So as we know that the copper-1 catalyzed alkyne and azide cycloaddition is commonly known as the classical click reaction, and that proceeds in high yields under simple reaction conditions and also provides regioselectively 1,4-triazole products. But in this case, target would only synthesize those triazoles that can bind to the biological target. So then Bartogi and co-workers utilized Wittig and Kraft's strain-promoted 1,3-dipolar cycloaddition. So they have used this reaction to label glycans in living cells to study membrane dynamics. And Bataji also coined the term bioorthogonal chemistry, that is, the reactions that can quickly link molecules under physiological conditions and in living systems. So these are the salient features of bioorthogonal reactions. That is, reactions should proceed under physiological conditions. They should be inert towards biomolecules, and they should not affect the endogenous functional groups of the biological target. And I would only like to highlight here that alkyne and azide cycloaddition is a good example of bioorthogonal reaction that provides a single stable product without generating byproducts. And another question is, both the alkynes, azides, and the products are also non-toxic to the living systems. So now coming back to the target guided synthesis, which was developed by Sharpless and co-workers. So this method is well explored for identifying enzyme inhibitors or small molecule binders for the protein-based targets, but it remains less explored or unexplored for nucleic acid targets like DNA and RNA. So Peter Darban first utilized double helical DNA as a template to promote 1,3 dipolar cycloaddition. So they have used, in this approach, they have taken hairpin polyamides which are functionalized with alkyne and azide groups, and then the double helical DNA would promote the 1,3 dipolar cycloaddition to provide these products, and that binds to the duplex DNA. So this method enables the synthesis of large molecules which are otherwise difficult, and secondly, it also overcomes the issue of cellular permeation of large molecules. So next our question was, can we use a DNA quadruplex to promote 1,3 dipolar cycloaddition? So that means the DNA quadruplex would select its own alkyne and azide fragments and would promote irreversible bond formation in the absence of any metal-based catalyst to give new compounds. And these new products will be characterized by using HPLC and mass, and the binding affinities of these compounds to the DNA sequences and their biological activities would be studied by using a series of biophysical and biological assays. And then, in order to isolate and identify these compounds from a complex reaction mixture of DNA quadruplex, alkyne and azide fragments, and from the newly synthesized compounds, we also plan to develop a quick and rapid method. So in our method, we have immobilized thiolated DNA sequences on gold-coated magnetic nanoparticles. We have also taken a control duplex DNA. So this is our method. Like, we have taken a mixture of alkyne and azide fragments, incubated with the DNA nanotemplates. Then after giving sufficient time, we have used an external magnet to isolate the DNA nanotemplate and the newly formed triazole compounds. So then, by using HPLC and mass, we could identify the triazole compounds, and it is important to mention we could also recover and recycle the DNA nanotemplates. So in this method, we have taken four different alkynes and 17 different azides. The combination of these compounds would provide 136 possible 1,4 and 1,5 triazole regioisomers. But by using our method, we could identify a triazole ligand that selectively binds to the DNA quadruplex over the double helical DNA and can also inhibit the c-Myc transcription in cancer cells. So this method thus combines synthesis and screening to one step, and it was highlighted in science magazines and also newspapers as a quick and novel approach to the discovery of anti-cancer drugs. So now most of the reported molecules synthesized by this template guided method are linear aromatic or aliphatic compounds. So our next question was, can we apply this method to synthesize macrocyclic compounds? Then question is, why macrocyclic compounds? Macrocyclic compounds, so due to their extended system, they show very high binding affinity and selectivity towards DNA quadruplexes over the duplex DNA. And most of the classical G quadruplex binders are macrocycles. So telomestatin is a natural product, and it was the first reported ligand for DNA quadruplexes. And another class of ligand is TMPY4, that is a porphyrin derivative. Despite telomestatin was the first reported compound, there is only a few classes of macrocycles that can bind and stabilize DNA quadruplexes. Because the synthesis of macrocyclic compounds is challenging, it involves multi-steps, and particularly the ring closing step is quite challenging and requires optimized reaction conditions. So in order to synthesize macrocyclic compounds, we have taken bifunctional alkyne and azide fragments, and which contain either pyridine or benzene-based dicarboxamide units. So again, we have used our protocol, that is, we have taken this mixture of bifunctional bis alkyne and bis azide fragments, incubated with the DNA quadruplex. Then after 2 days, we have used an external magnet to isolate the DNA quadruplex along with the newly formed macrocyclic compounds, which were then heated to release the macrocyclic compounds, and were characterized by using HPLC and mass analysis. And in this case, we have taken 7 different DNA quadruplexes or DNA sequences, including the double-stranded DNA. So now the HPLC and mass analysis revealed the formation of a macrocyclic ligand M1 by both H-telo and C-MYC quadruplexes. So as I have shown before, that H-telo is a human telomeric quadruplex, and it is present in the telomeres, that is end of chromosomes. And C-MYC quadruplex is present in the promoter region of C-MYC oncogene. So then our next question was, what is the driving force for this DNA templated macrocyclization reaction, and what is the reason behind their strong binding interactions? So to address this, we have synthesized 4 different macrocyclic compounds, including M1, by using copper-1 catalyzed double cycloaddition reaction and high dilution conditions. So crystal structure revealed that, and we could crystallize the macrocycle M4 that lacked any side chain. So the crystal structure of M4 is quite comparable with that of the G quartet present in the DNA quadruplexes. And molecular modeling further suggested that this macrocyclic compound can stack upon the G quartet of G quadruplexes, and the amine side chains can interact with the negatively charged sugar phosphate backbone. So this suggests that the planar G quartets present in the DNA quadruplexes provide a size complementary reaction platform for the bifunctional alkyne and azide fragments to undergo macrocyclization reaction over oligo and polymerization reactions. So then, to validate the results, we have used biophysical assays. I am not going details of these assays because it is already late. So both Fred-based melting analysis and fluorescence binding titrations results were consistent with the template-guided synthesis. It shows that macrocycle M1 binds strongly to the C-MYC DNA quadruplex, and it also binds to the human telomeric quadruplex. And due to its macrocyclic ring system, it doesn't interact with the double-stranded DNA that is highly abundant in the human genome. Now, moving to the cytotoxicity assays, these 4 macrocyclic compounds are selectively toxic to the cancer cells and non-toxic to the normal cells. And we have also performed the effect of these ligands on the regulation of gene expression by using qRT-PCR and Western blot analysis. So qRT-PCR analysis reveals that the M1 can down-regulate the c-Myc mRNA expressions. That means it can inhibit the transcription in cancer cells, and Western blot also reveals that M1 can inhibit translation in cancer cells. Thus, M1 can inhibit mRNA and protein synthesis in HeLa cancer cells. And further, confocal microscopy revealed that M1 is cell membrane permeable and it can stabilize DNA quadruplexes in the nucleus, which was confirmed by using a G4 specific antibody. So our next question was, can we do this macrocyclization reaction directly in live cells? Can we combine synthesis and delivery of drugs in cancer cells directly? So the reason for thinking this is both c-Myc and stellar quadruplexes can promote the 1,3 dipolar cycloaddition, and secondly, both the alkyne and azide fragments are non-toxic to cancer cells, and then this also c-Myc and stellar quadruplexes provide a size complementary reaction platform. And both c-Myc and stellar quadruplexes are widely present in HeLa cells. So I would like to show you a video. Can you just click that video? Now audio sound na. So I would just like to summarize this part of macrocyclic ligand, and I would close my talk. As we know that DNA is double helical, DNA is mostly double helical, but G-rich DNA sequences can adopt 4-stranded secondary structures called G quadruplexes. And in order to selectively target DNA quadruplexes over the double-stranded DNA, we have used DNA quadruplex as a template to synthesize its own selective ligands. And we have synthesized bifunctional alkyne and azide fragments, only those fragments that would bind to the adjacent sites of the DNA quadruplex would come into close proximity and then undergo 1,3 dipolar cycloaddition to give macrocyclic compounds. And the macrocyclic compound could inhibit oncogene expression in cancer cells, and also it can be directly synthesized in HeLa cells. So this work was highlighted on the front cover and also in science magazines. So not only DNA quadruplex, like I-motif, which is another DNA secondary structure, TAR RNA, which is present in HIV-1 genome, can also template 1,3 dipolar cycloaddition and synthesize their own small molecule binders. So today I have shown a part of our research work on targeting nucleic acids. We have been also using DNA to devise ion transportation systems. This cannot be done here. Just click it. So this is a simulation study where we have used DNA to transport metal ions like sodium and potassium across the biological membranes, and we have also used DNA and RNA bases to construct hydrogels and ion channels, which have been highlighted in many science magazines and also Times of India. So last year we celebrated the 70th anniversary of DNA double helix, and I have shown I have discussed today that DNA as a target for anti-cancer therapeutics, but DNA has been also used for other therapeutic applications. And not only therapeutics, DNA has also been used as a multifunctional tool for biosensing, devising ion channel, and as building blocks in nanotechnology. And I would like to end my talk by saying a few words to the students. I know that each one of you has great potential, and you just have to ignite your potential in order to achieve your dreams. And I would also like to share with you my academic journey, which all started with humble roots in a small village at Jagat Singhpur, and achieving my MSc here at Ravenshaw College was a stepping stone in my career. And since then, I have never looked back. And during my PhD, I imbibed the values of hard work, dedication, and passion, which have been the driving forces behind my scientific journey. And during my postdoc, I worked with distinguished scientists who motivated me to learn more and more, and taught me that there is no shortcut in science or to achieve success. And I have been inspired by this quote of Madame Curie that encourages to face the unknown with curiosity and commitment rather than giving it up. I would like to thank my research scholars for their hard work and cooperation, funding agencies for financial support, and I would like to thank you all for a patient hearing. And I would like to invite you to visit us at ISCS, the first institute that brought glory to us. Sir C.V. Raman worked and developed the Raman spectrometer, and that won a Nobel Prize in physics. And thank you. Sorry, it's not coming actually, so better I show the previous slide. Yeah, so can we just make it a slides? Thank you, that's all.
It was a very interesting and illuminating talk. And I can entertain only one or two questions, short questions I can ask. I have a question. Why do you use the word orthogonal?
Because that is only working with alkyne and azide. They are not, they are not affecting other biomolecules.
Acha. Your
because we are
macrocycles.
just using there are many functional groups in the DNA. Yes.
Your macrocycles were very large.
Not very large, it's a small molecule.
And it is beyond 14, 15, 16.
No. This is
less.
500 or something molecular weight.
And how the metal ion complex will be stable?
Now, metal ions are not stabilizing the complex. This is G quartet is present endogenous functional group of the DNA. So it is there. It is only stacking. It's a non-covalent interaction. It only stack pi stacking interactions, and the size is quite similar, same as the DNA quadruplex. That's why macrocyclic compounds are very selective. It only goes to DNA quadruplex, and the double helical DNA is untouched.
Thank you very much. Anyway, one more question.
Sir, it is metal free.
I have already asked your question. Achha, your lead ion is bonded to oxygen.
Not lead, here there is no lead. There is only sodium or potassium that is present in the DNA quadruplex structure.
Because I was a macrocycle chemist. In 1977, I began.
Yes, sir. So here is the structure.
Thank you very much. Let us give a...
Commercial viability of your...
Already telomestatine, porphyrin are commercially available. Yes.
Let us give a happy applause to Dr. Das. Thank you very much.
So I tried my best to be on time. Thank you.
So, let us thank Professor Balram Sahu for taking the trouble of chairing this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Before we move on to the next lecture, I would request the organizers of Sri Ramchandra Bhanjade University. They will be going back to Baripada, and if Professor Satpathy is there. I am deliberately not calling the other colleges, because if they all leave, then there will be a problem. Dr. Satpathy, please hurry up. Please hurry up. Professor Satpathy conducted a very elegant 2-day national conference dedicated to Mkrcc event. It was a very well planned, very efficient, very productive and very academically vibrant conference. Let us thank Professor Satpathy for the conduct of Mkrcc event. The next lecture is by Professor Jyotirmoy Mohanty from the ARC. We shall request her to make her lecture as simple and short as possible, say maybe within 10 minutes. I'll 10 to 15 minutes, madam, because the central theme of your lecture was inspiration. So kindly try to bear with us. And I now request Professor Anita Pati of KIT University to kindly read the citation.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Jyotirmoy Mohanty, born in 1971, is working as a senior scientist and heading nano and reactor chemistry section of Radiation and Photochemistry Division, Chemistry Group, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. Dr. Mohanty has been persistently making noteworthy contributions in the frontier areas of chemical sciences by developing stimuli-responsive supramolecular biomolecular assemblies as on-off sensors, catalysts for hydrogen generation, aqueous dye lasers, technetium generator bed, long-acting antibacterial agents, water-based dye laser, anti-counterfeiting inks, organic electronics, targeted drug delivery, anti-cancer agents, and therapeutics for neurodegenerative diseases. She has developed novel cucurbitol molybdate hybrid material as generator bed for the selective separation of technetium radio tracer. Contributing to the therapeutics and neurodegenerative diseases, Dr. Mohanty has established the inhibition and rupture of amyloid fibrils using macrocyclic receptors. In a recent study, she and her co-workers have established the enhanced antibacterial efficacy, extended shelf-life, and reduced MIC of calyxarine-modified silver nanoparticle cucurbitol encapsulated drugs, promising new long-acting antibiotic formulations. Her group has also demonstrated a fluorogenic marker which induces and selectively detects G-quadruplex structures, an inhibition strategy to arrest cancer growth. Dr. Mohanty has maintained a very high standard of research work in more than 115 publications in high-impact international journals, including patents and book chapters, and has attracted more than 5,500 citations. As a recognition of her outstanding research work in supramolecular photochemistry, she has been conferred with the prestigious Alexander von Humboldt Fellowships for Experienced Researchers, APA Prize for Young Scientists 2010 from the ASEAN and Ocean Photochemistry Association, and Distinguished Lectureship Award for the Young Scientist 2009 from the Chemical Society of Japan. Samantha Chandrasekhar Award 2011 from the Odisha Vigyan Academy, and CRSI Bronze Medal 2017. She is the recipient of the prestigious IUPAC 2023 Distinguished Woman in Chemistry or Chemical Engineering Award by the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry for her scientific contribution to the global chemistry community. She is the first Indian woman to receive this award since its inception in 2011. On this August occasion of Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut birth centenary celebration, the Odisha Chemical Society and the members of Centenary Celebration Committee convey her heartiest congratulations on being the recipient of the IUPAC 2023 Distinguished Women in Chemistry or Chemical Engineering Award and felicitate her with wishes and a glorious future. Thank you. So on behalf of Department of Chemistry, Revensa University, Cuttack, Odisha Chemical Society and Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut Birth Centenary Celebration Committee, this is being felicitated to Dr. Jyotirmohi Mahanti.
This lecture is to be chaired by Professor Pranabandhu Tripathi.
What do you like?
I think it's my privilege and I'm really proud to felicitate Madam on this occasion, and I'm sure, being an alumni of Utkal University, she has made a footstep which other students will follow.
Thank you.
And I'm sure in futures to come, she will be rewarded with much more hours and do wonderful work. Whatever little I have heard from her biodata, I think she is doing outstanding work in a variety of fields. And as said earlier by some speaker, it is in the boundaries of disciplines the chemistry grows. It's not only pure chemistry or biology or botany and zoology. So with these words, I congratulate her.
Thank you.
And may God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction. Good evening to you all. First of all, I pay my humble salutation to Professor Mahendra Kumar Raut sir on his birth centenary, who was an internationally acclaimed professor, researcher, as well as scientist in chemistry. As the founder, president of Odisha Chemical Society and an able administrator, he has played a pivotal role in popularizing chemistry among the young masses. I am really grateful to the Odisha Chemical Society and the Mkrcc for honoring me on his birth centenary. I thank Professor Sasudhar Samal sir for coordinating with me on behalf of OCS. Once again, I thank the OCS and Mkrcc for giving me the opportunity to present our work in this August forum. Today I will be talking about macrocyclic host-based supramolecular assemblies and their applications in catalysis, apoptosylator, sensing and drug delivery. So what is a supramolecular assembly? First, it is the association of two or more molecules held together by non-covalent interactions in an organized manner, and the size varies from the nanometers to micrometers. Supramolecular chemistry, as the name suggests, the chemistry beyond the molecule. Molecular chemistry, molecular chemistry rules the covalent bond, whereas goal of supramolecular chemistry is to gain control over these non-covalent interactions. These are the few examples of supramolecular assemblies, among them insulin hexamer, double helical structure of DNA, are naturally occurring assemblies. In our group, we are investigating, studying the fundamental studies on molecular assemblies, either synthetic assemblies using rigid macrocyclic hosts or biomolecular assemblies, self-assemblies using proteins or DNAs as templates. The recognition mediated host-based complexes are the example of such molecular assemblies. Since these non-covalent interactions are weak and reversible in nature, we can tune these interactions by applying external stimuli. So, we can modulate the molecular properties of guests at our will. Hence, they find several applications starting from materials to biology. For example, they are used as sensors, on-off switches, drug delivery vehicles. They are also used as antibacterial agents, catalysts, etc. Today, I will mainly discuss about synthetic assemblies using macrocyclic hosts. In our lab, we are using various types of macrocyclic hosts, cyclodextrin, calyxarin, cucurbituryls. Today, I will mainly focus on the cucurbituryl because it is relatively a young class of macrocycle. It consists of glycolyl unit joined by a pair of methylene bridges. Since it resembles pumpkin, the name is derived from the combination of cucurbitacin and glycolyl, that is cucurbituryl. Unlike cyclodextrin and calyxarin, it is highly symmetrical and it has two identical carbonyl petals. Due to the presence of these carbonyl petals, it shows strong ion dipole and hydrogen bonding interaction towards the cationic guest molecules and metal ions. The cavity is hydrophobic in nature, so it interacts with the neutral guest molecules, whereas the electron deficient carbon centers at the peripheral region shows interaction towards the polyanions. And depending upon the number of glycolyl units, you can have different homologues of cucurbituryl starting from cucurbit 5-uryl to cucurbituryl and 14-uryl. Among them, cucurbit 7-uryl shows moderate water solubility and the cavity is such that it can accommodate the guest molecule partly or completely in its cavity. So, for the last 2 decades, we have been investigating various aspects of macrocyclic host-based molecular assemblies of technologically and biologically important guest molecules. For example, in this green approach, by enhancing the photostability and water solubility of rhodamine dyes through complexation, we are able to demonstrate a highly efficient water-based dilaser system. In this supra-biomolecular strategy, we can enhance the sensitivity of a protein sensor. Here we have established the salt-induced guest relocation from the macrocyclic cavity to cell lines, which can find applications in drug delivery. And in a recent study, we have shown the complexation increases the antibacterial activity and decreases the minimum inhibitory concentration of drug through complexation. Here we have demonstrated the formation of a stimuli responsive fluorescent molecular capsule and its rupture for drug delivery application. And in this study, we have constructed hybrid material which can be used as generator bed for the separation of technetium radionuclide. And recently, we have demonstrated the metal-free hydrogen generation from the hydrolysis of ammonia boron using cucurbituryl as catalyst at room temperature. And we have also extended our study using other macrocyclic hosts with different functionalities for the inhibition and rupture of amyloid fibrils, which find application in therapeutics. First, I will discuss our recent work on hydrogen generation. As of now, the majority of hydrogen is produced from fossil fuels by steam reforming of natural gas, partial oxidation of methane, and coal gasification. All these processes are involved with the emission of greenhouse gases. So efforts are being made by various research groups globally to produce hydrogen with carbon neutrality. In this regard, we have considered ammonium boron, which is used as a potential source of hydrogen for the fuel cell application, as it has a very high hydrogen density, about 19.6 weight percentage. When it undergoes hydrolysis, ammonia gives 3 equivalent of hydrogen, but this reaction is extremely slow at room temperature, and besides the hydrogen, it also releases the ammonia gas, which poisons the proton exchange membrane in the fuel cell. So, various catalyses like noble and non-noble metal nanoparticles, nanoalloys have been used for the hydrogen production at room temperature, but these are the disadvantages associated with these catalysts. It shows very high, it associates with high cost when we consider noble metal nanoparticles. It does not prevent ammonia release and aggregating leaching without proper stabilizers, and needs large catalyst amount than noble metal nanoparticle. So what we did, we carried out the hydrolysis of ammonia boron with and without cucurbiturial. Here you can see without any host molecule, that is the hydrogen release rate is very slow and the hydrogen yield is also very low, but in presence of cucurbiturial the rate increases as well as the yield also increases. And the yield is about 4 to 5 times higher than the pre-ammonia boron, and it also increases by increasing the temperature. And we have also monitored the catalytic activity of this cucurbiturial for over 5 cycles, and here you find that it remains constant, and we have proposed that the ammonia boron first forms complex with the cucurbiturial, which then undergoes hydrolysis and generates hydrogen, and the ammonium ion gets captured by the carbonyl potals of the cucurbiturial. And this complexation has been characterized by different spectroscopic methods and DFT calculations. So here we have achieved enhanced hydrolysis rate and hydrogen yield, decrease in the activation energy from 103.8 kilojoule mole inverse to 27.5 kilojoule mole inverse in presence of cucurbit 5-uryl, and it also reduces the ammonia release, which is confirmed by passing this hydrogen gas over the National reagent, and we have got high turnover frequency, and some cases it is comparable with the noble metal catalysts also. So this facile supramolecular catalytic hydrolysis of ammonia boron through macromolar concentration of cucurbiturial makes it a promising supramolecular alternative for a sustainable onboard energy source. So now supramolecular aqueous dilaser. Generally dilaser is mainly based on highly fluorescent molecules dissolved in organic solvent. Here the role of organic solvent is to increase the solubility of the organic dyes. But the major disadvantage of the use of organic solvents are it is high. Some of the solvents are highly inflammable, like alcoholic solvents. Some are hazardous and toxic in nature, and it is expensive for routine uses. And the major disadvantage is the disposal of this dye solution. So there is a quest for water-based dye laser, because water is environment friendly, non-hazardous, easy to handle, and it has a very good thermo-optical properties. But there are two limitations. The dye shows poor water solubility, and the dye undergoes severe aggregation, where the aggregates are weakly fluorescent or non-fluorescent, so we don't get any laser actions. So this is the rhodamine dye solution in water, which looks very dull, but when we add very small concentration of cucurbiturial, it becomes highly fluorescent. That means it forms 1:1 complex with the cucurbiturial and prevents the aggregation of the dye, hence the fluorescence intensity increases. Here we have also investigated the photostability of the dye by using laser irradiation. Here you can see in presence the free dye the optical density of the free dye decreases largely as compared to the complex dye, and the photo bleaching quantum yield about 30 times lower in presence of Cb7. So here Cb7 enhances the solubility, stability and fluorescence yield and prevents the aggregation and adsorption of the dye, and these parameters are mainly very crucial for the dye laser system. So we have utilized this beneficial outcome for the demonstration of a water-based dye laser system. This is the dye laser setup where we have investigated the ledging behavior of the dye in alcoholic solvent and the Cb7 complex dye in water medium. In the absence of Cb7, there is no ledging efficiency, but when we add the Cb7, the ledging efficiency increases with increasing the Cb7 concentration, and it is almost at par with that in ethanolic solution. And these are the tuning curves of these two different systems. So we can, by changing the solvent medium, we can tune the ledging wavelength as per our requirement. So here we have demonstrated a water-based dye laser system with efficient ledging behavior, enhanced photostability, impressive beam profile, and this system is currently being used in some of the DAE applications. In this supra-bimolecular approach, here we have taken a guest molecule, that is triphenyl methane dye brilliant, namely brilliant green, as the guest molecule, and two host molecules. One is the cucurbituryl and another is the BSA protein. So when this brilliant green is weakly fluorescent and the singlet lifetime is very short, but when it interacts with the Cb7, the fluorescence intensity increases by 6-fold due to the formation of 1:1 complex, but when it interacts with the BSA, the fluorescence yield is about 45-fold. But when we use the Cb7 complex brilliant green dye, it gets entangled with the BSA molecule, there is a huge fluorescence enhancement, and this indicates the formation of ternary complex, and this cooperative binding among this Cb7, Bg and BSA leads to a cumulative enhancement in the fluorescence intensity, which we can utilize for the increase in the sensitivity of a sensor. So here if we replace this dye by drug molecule, we can also increase their medicinal activity by using this supra-bimolecular strategy. So we have established the nano assembly formation of between BSA and Cb7. This is visualized in this AFM images, and here for the drug delivery application, here we have considered an anti-cancer drug, that is doxorubicin, and we have investigated their uptake and release by monitoring their fluorescence intensity. So when we add nano assembly to the drug solution, the fluorescence intensity decreases largely, which indicates the efficient uptake of the drug molecule by the nano assembly. And further regeneration of this fluorescence intensity by applying external stimuli, such as by changing the pH condition of the solution or by adding competitive binder, indicates the controlled release of the drug molecules. So we have demonstrated the assembly, formation and uptake and release of the drug in the cellular medium also. As we know, doxo is toxic in nature because it kills the healthy cell lines along with the cancerous cell lines. But in our case, when we use the dox-loaded assembly, it masks the cytotoxicity of dox, and this toxicity can be revived at the target when we use the external stimuli. Now in the fluorescent supramolecular capsule, here for the sensor application, we have taken a biologically important drug molecule, that is thioflavin T. It has two Okay. It has two binding sites. Due to the torsional motion, the fluorescence, it is weakly fluorescent. But when it binds to the amyloid fibril, the fluorescence intensity increases by 1000-fold, and this has been utilized for the early detection of Alzheimer and Parkinson diseases. Here our interest is to show how the confinement affects the fluorescence behavior of thioflavin T. When we add CB7 to the thioflavin T solution, we get two types of complex formation depending upon the concentration of CB7. For drug delivery application, we introduce metal ions to dissociate this complex. In case of 1:1 complex, when we add metal ion, the metal ion shows competitive binding towards the carbonyl portals of cucurbituryl and releases the dye molecule, hence the fluorescence intensity decreases. But in case of 2:1 complex, this carbonyl, this central region is negatively charged and it attracts the metal ion to assemble in this region and bridges the gap between these two carbonyl portals. Here the dye shows more rigid environment and the fluorescence intensity increases. This cooperative binding of metal ions with the 2:1 complex stabilizes the dye within a metal ion sealed supramolecular capsule. And further, to dissociate this complex for drug delivery application, we have introduced a very strong competitive binder, that is adamantyl amine, which ruptures the capsule completely. So this method can be utilized for the protected drug carrier and release, fluorescence on-off system, metal ion sensor, nano reactors. This work has been highlighted in News and Views of Nature Chemistry. And here if we replace the inert metal ion by the transitional metal ion with catalytic property or redox behavior, we can replace this nano capsule into nano reactor or metal enzyme model. Here we have utilized the peripheral binding of cucurbituryl to construct the hybrid material, which used as a generator bed for the technetium radionuclide separation. This is one of the mandates of BRC. Technetium 99M radionuclide has a very short half-life. It is generally produced from the molybdenum 98 molybdenum. When it undergoes N-GABA reaction, it gives 99 molybdenum. Then it further undergoes beta decay, gives 99M technetium. And there are two separation techniques to achieve this clinical grade technetium from the long-lived parent nucleide. And mainly column chromatography, solvent extraction method, and these are the disadvantages associated with these separation techniques. So now question arises, can we utilize our supramolecular strategy for the separation of technetium from the molybdenum? So first we have investigated the interaction of molybdenum with CB7. At pH 5 to 7, the molybdenum remains in the heptamolybdate form. When we add CB7 to this molybdate solution, we get white precipitate for this complex. And this complex has been characterized by various techniques and elemental analysis. So 99 molybdenum undergoes beta decay, gives technetium. As I mentioned, at pH 6, it remains in the heptamolybdate form and technetium in the technate form. When we add CB7 to the mixture solution, we get white precipitate due to the CB7 and heptamolybdate complex, and the technate remains in the supernatant. So this bench scale separation of technetium radionuclide looks very promising due to its high loading capacity, and radiochemical purity of technetium is more than 99%. And the advantage of our method is that it is suitable for low specific activity molybdenum 99, and it is a easy single step process. CB7 shows resistance to radiation induced degradation. So here we have demonstrated the application of this CB7 heptamolybdate hybrid material as technetium generator bed. Here our interest was to show how the complexation affects the antibacterial activity of the antibiotic drug fluoroquinolone. We have considered 3 fluoroquinolones which are mainly used for the bacterial infections, and the disadvantage of these drugs are they show very low water solubility and they undergo degradation in presence of light. And this drug molecule exists in 3 different forms depending upon the pH of the solution. When we add CB7, it forms 1:1 complex. So here CB7 increases the solubility, enhances the fluorescence intensity, and it also increases the thermal and photostability of the drug molecule. So all these beneficial features prompted us to study their antibacterial activity with and without CB7. So we have carried out the antibacterial activity study towards 4 pathogenic bacteria using inhibition zone method. Here you can see the inhibition zone method for the complex is always higher than the free drug molecule. So it's the complex shows higher antibacterial activities. We have further studied the antibacterial activity for a period of time, that is shelf-life study. Here you can see the antibacterial activity remained constant for the complex drug molecule, whereas 30 to 40% decrease in the antibacterial activity when you consider the free drug molecule. So here we have achieved enhanced antibacterial activity, extended shelf life, and 3 to 5-fold reduction in the MIC. So we can use our methodology for the design and development of new generation long-acting antibiotic formulation. So we can increase the expiry date of the drug molecule by using our host-guest complexation method. So we have also used extended our host-guest complexation study using other macrocyclic hosts for the inhibition and disintegration of amyloid fibrils. Amyloid fibrils are plaques are the unusual aggregation of peptides or proteins comprised of highly ordered beta-C structure, which lead to the neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer, Parkinson diseases. This is the mechanistic pathway for the fibril formation. So now question arises, can we inhibit and disintegrate the mature fibrils by using the molecular recognition behavior of calixarin or sulfobutyl ether beta-cyclodextrin. Here we have taken insulin, human insulin as the model protein compound for the generation of amyloid fibril. So when we incubate the insulin solution at pH 2 at 60 degrees centigrade for 2 hours without any additive, we get fibrillar structure in the FM images that indicate the formation of amyloid fibrils. But in presence of macrocyclic host, we don't see any fibrillar structure in the FM images. That indicates that the host molecule interacts with the amino acid residues present on the surface of protein molecule and prevents the conversion of alpha helical structure into the beta sheet structure. For the disintegration purpose, we have also used the same macrocyclic host because the fibril surface is positively charged. When we introduce the negatively charged macrocyclic host, it destabilizes the amyloid fibrils into small oligomeric particles through surface charge interaction. So besides this inhibition and disintegration through parasulfonate calixarin, we also reduce the toxicity of the disintegrated oligomeric particles. This is a promising supramolecular strategy to combat amyloidosis. I acknowledge my colleagues, Dr. Bhasikutan, Dr. Nilotpal, Dr. Sarmishta and Supratim and our PhD students Monica, Meenakshi and Raman for their contribution in this work. I thank my collaborators, Professor Alok Ray for the laging behavior study, Dr. Suchandra Chatterjee and her group for the antibacterial activity study, Dr. Tina Goyal and Madhav Malia for the radioactivity measurements, Dr. Sudarshan and his group for the hydrogen generation. I also thank my postdoc supervisor and collaborator, Professor Varnon Nau, for introducing me into the wonderful chemistry of cucurbit I thank Dr. Abdesh Kumar and Dr. A.K. Tyagi for their constant support and encouragement. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my mentors in BRC, all my teachers, Professor Anadisa, my parents and my family for their blessings and constant support. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Any questions, please? One question. Because we are running short of time. Anyone? Question, please. I assume there is no question. So let's give a big hand. And we heard this exciting and excellent lecture. And it's a privilege and pride for we people in Orissa that, to the best of my knowledge, she is the youngest scientist to get the IPAC award. To the best of my memory, there is none at your age to get this award from India. Thank you so much and wish you all the best. Thank you.
So let us thank Professor Pranand Tripathi for kindly chairing this session. Thank you. Thank you. We shall have a dance program shortly, but before we go to that, we have a few felicitations to make. In fact, we missed felicitating the PhD scholars of Professor Raut, who almost all of them became OCS presidents or secretaries at some point of time in their life, but some of them, they remained as such, and I miss my teacher, Professor Sasibhushan Mahanti. I saw him a minute ago, but I just missed him. So we shall continue the felicitation process of the institutes which conducted Mkrcc events. The first event was conducted by Ravenshaw University in January 2023. I request the head of the department of Ravenshaw University to kindly receive the honor. ଅନ୍ୟମାନେ କୁଆଡ଼େ ଗଲେ? ଅନ୍ୟମାନେ ସବୁ କୁଆଡ଼େ ଗଲେ? ସେମାନେ ସମସ୍ତେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଥିଲା ପଳେଇଲେ, ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଥିଲେ କୁଆଡ଼େ ପଳେଇଲେ? ଏଇନା କୁଆଡ଼େ କୁଆଡ଼େ? The next meeting was held in Bisud Burla, and Priyaranjan is there. Then the next one was held in Denkanal Autonomous College, Devasis. And the next one was North Odisha, they have got Asikal, Bodamba. So, JP sir, please. Your department conducted the Mkrcc event, that is the 99th birth centenary.
Durla conducted an Mkrcc event that is bigger than national, annual conference. This was a massive one. Professor Piranjan Mahapatra, at that time he was the head of the department. National Autonomous College conducted 2 Mkrcc events. One is a departmental seminar and then a regional conference. Both of them were resounding success. I am proud of them. Godamba College, please. Next. And Manivihar, KT University. Manivihar, KT University. OUTR, Dr. Ragale. See, Madam Principal is she is a professor of physics and she conducted the meeting very nicely. Time will never.
फेलिस्टेशन पर कल्चरल प्रोग्राम हम प्रोफेशनल आर्टिस्ट माने कला विकास केन्द्र आसछन्ती तेणु समस्त को अनुरोध समस्ते रहिबे रही कल्चरल प्रोग्राम देखिए जी
Anita Pati, she did excellent content. It was OCS extended lecture series. It was a massive one. Almost like 500 delegates were attending.
And well arranged.
Very well arranged. Very well. And Odisha University of Technology and Research and Professor A.N. Acharya, he conducted this excellent, very short notice, he conducted a very nice, one-day extended lecture session.
Hope I am not missing anything. I miss Utkal University. Utkal University. Okay. We shall see that the memento reaches them. So we have the dance program now ready. The performing group is Kala Vikas Kendra Katak, and choreography is by Guru Gajendra Panda, and the coordinator is Sri Radha Mohan Sahu. The artists are Kishore Kumar Dalai, Chahat Singh, Jyoti Das, Maksoda Tripathi, Swarno Sikha Swai, Swarno Prabha Panda, Sunayana Panda, Devidatta Das, Vibhu Bharati Behera, and Srimati Sudipta Das is coordinator, joint secretary and in charge of performing group Kala Vikas Kendra. They will be presenting some items like Odissi dance, Bigna Binasan, then Odissi dance Hari Om, Odissi dance Durga Tandav, and Odissi dance Lakshmi Nrsimha. Now this Kala Vikas Kendra, as we all know, is a very established school, a center of cultural heritage from many decades. So we are very proud to have such a dance group performing today. Though the audience is dismally small, we shall enjoy their dance. Thank you very much.